Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville. We're going to be doing some object source lighting because we got ourselves a Sauron here, so we're going to have it lit up from the bottom. Those two references in the corners, I actually did take pictures of this and then said, hey, give me this whole kind of black and steel armor and then give me the lit from below, kind of like a lava type of a scene there, like you do. This is from Navarrete Studios. Oh, I wish I had the Necromancer one that we painted from them. Is that up here somewhere? I thought it was, and we could grab that guy and have. No, I don't think so. We're gonna start off in the usual way by grabbing something that resembles a filbert brush, something like this, or maybe even this thing. I don't know. Let me see what this will do. We got a couple of our Paul Rubens fluorescent paints out here. Oh, we also have fabulous Puro Orange because Puro Orange is fabulous. Again, no secrets what we're doing here. We're gonna do the dry brushy stuff, trying to establish what parts of this are lit. Of course, we could be taking. No, I don't think this is a. Yeah, it's a blue one. I think these are all probably blue ones here. All my orange ones are. Yeah, okay. Well, in any case, you could just shine a light like that. Now, yeah, I wish I had one of my red ones or something like. Oh, maybe. Oh, okay. That was a flashlight right there. Looking at another couple of spots to see if I. Actually, nope. Don't see any of them there. Let's continue with this little exercise right here. Bottom of his cloak, gonna get an awful lot of this. As in, an awful lot of this. I mean, this is it wasn't all that long ago we were doing those dwarves. We did the same exact thing. If you lead with the source lighting, guess what? The source lighting is really easy to do. There's no guesswork. You started out with it. It's if you want to take some of it away, it's really easy to just sort of paint over it instead of superimposing this over something you've already done. I mean, why would you want to do that? You're basically painting the same thing twice. Takes long enough to paint it once. You probably don't have time to paint every miniature twice anyway. At least I certainly don't. I'm guessing you don't have time to do that either. So maybe try to find a way like this where you only have to deal with that one time. We're obviously going to want a lot of bluish grays elsewhere. I think I might try to get me some texture on Mr. Cloak here as well. We'll see how that plays out. I'm thinking that that's kind of my original thought there. Might change. Really depends on would that extra little bit of texture matter to maybe have this look a little bit more shiny, right? Camden, how you doing? So Camden, I do have, I actually printed out 4 more, but here's some of the new ones right here. This is oh, there we go. There's our ruin right there, Umbar. So yeah, these are just some of the new ones. And yes, I did do a, and I think it already printed. I did a Mordor, or I did a Barad-dûr, and I did a Sauron. So like we were talking about, I did those. So yeah, and of course, well, Cam, maybe wait a little bit till there's more folks in the chat there before you maybe share some links and such. Sorry, I really couldn't send you too many messages. It was a very busy day. I was kind of running around doing lots of different things. They're only a tiny bit smaller, Camda. I mean, they're literally, oh, here, you can see compared to So they're only that much smaller, and that's pretty much the size they're going to be, because that way I don't have to. They essentially just make themselves that size, which means I don't have to remember time and time and time again. It'll also maybe be a little bit easier for other folks down the line. So great to see their armored wolf. So yeah, that sure did look like a new favorite spot there, armored wolf. Because I'm guessing that it's getting a little bit chillier up there. I don't think you've had the snow yet. We certainly haven't had that here. I think it was in the 50s again today. I don't know, just it was 2 years ago, right, Armored Wolf, with the record-setting November for snow. I know it wasn't last year. Last year was almost the opposite, right? Yeah, that sounds real good there, Armored Wolf. That sounds super good for the humans too. It wouldn't be too shabby. Because yeah, last year, I mean, actually the whole winter, right, was pretty much a shocking lack of snow for you guys up there. And I mean like a significant lack of snow. So Camda, there's more folks in the chat if you want to share anything. Oh, I forgot the Windsor Yellow. Where are you hiding? There you are. Or, what is that? Hansa Yellow. And regular oil paints, it would be Hansa Yellow. But this is the Orchid, so hence not Hansa Yellow. Come on, more of that. And once again, we do the dry brushy type stuff here, because reasons. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Continue like so. So Camda, what was really weird is that some of the recent iterations of the flats have looked like really close to what you see in the movies and such. In Helm's Deep, I was getting the stupid, oh no, I can't do that, that violates our policies. I'm like, are you serious? You've given me other things that look really, really, really similar when I actually request it not be so similar. And this is the one time I asked it to look like essentially Helm's Deep slash Hornsberg or Hornburg, and yeah, no dice on that. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda just shared. Everybody please give Camda Paints a follow, because Camda paints with the oils also. So hopefully you get a chance to stream pretty soon there, Camda. Actually, Camda, did you ever see the 2D painting that we did of Sauron? There was actually a 2D painting of Sauron because we wanted to show how, the object source lighting is essentially the same. It doesn't really matter whether it's 2D or 3D. It's all basically the same. I mean, why would it really be any different? You need that contrast rate of the warms and the cools and such. Now I am gonna turn you around so that I can get at this a little bit more down in here. Same deal here. So yeah, Camda, we did a, I think it was the Witch King on a horse, and then we did a Sauron with full-on source lighting and all that good stuff. Now, obviously, I have way easier ways of creating the reference for something like that than I did back then, which was just like Google something that was vaguely close. And again, the references that you see down in the corners there, those are ones that I made with the GPTs with pictures of this actual miniature. So this one down here, I mean, The reason it looks so much like this is because it is this. Now again, with GPT giveth and taketh away, right, Cam? I mean, sometimes you get exactly what you're looking for, sometimes you get sort of what you're looking for, and sometimes you get nothing. Nice to see you there, Grey Wolf. So it's still a happy Saturday here. For 5 more minutes, it is still a glorious, happy college football Saturday. There was a lot of destruction in the top 10. It could have been worse. It could have been worse. We could have had 3 top 10 teams. Actually, we could have had 2 top 5 teams wiped out today. Instead of nabbing Georgia, actually, oh yeah, all the Georgias almost lost. But the Ramblin' Wreck just got wrecked by the Wolfpack, proving once again that in this new era, and that's right, Miami got toasted. A couple of teams like Georgia Tech and Vandy, they learned that being the hunted is very different than being the hunter. Yeah, they'd never really experienced being the favorite before. And they were on the road in conference games against programs that play those kind of games all the time, week in and week out. And you could definitely tell that Vandy was not up for that, especially not in the first half. It was like one team was moving a million miles an hour, and the other one was just pretty much a statue. So I'm thinking there was a certain degree of shell-shocked whatever there. So you can see we're starting to again get our illumination underway here. Start doing this. Now he's got to go on a 40 mil base. I would prefer, like here, that he be at least on a 50, if not maybe a 60. But rules are the rules, so he goes on a 40. And it does make sense. When you play the game, there is a very good reason for him to be on this size base as opposed to, say, like a 60 or whatever. Because he's not supposed to necessarily be a monstrous creature. Let me do this here. Because he does not get any kind of bonuses for charging in the same way that, say, a troll would, or even a cavalry figure would. So Grey Wolf, if you want to post anything in chat, like usual, please go ahead and give that a shot. So Cam, I'll try to get you some of the new images of the new flats. It's all just, I mean, they're being generated at such a rapid pace. It's again, like I was saying last night, I'm having a heck of a time remembering who I sent what. Because even for me, like I got them, they're like spread across all these different computers because there's so many of them being generated in such a short time. No problem there, Grey Wolf. It doesn't have to necessarily be a brand new thing. It could be some work in progress. It could be something newer. That's all right. No problems there. I'm sure people would get a kick out of seeing that for sure. Now I'm going to try and sneak me in a little bit more of the way. Okay, that might do a little something. Yeah, let's try a little bit of that, shall we? Yeah, it's still going to be lighter than this. But that's we'll roll with this for right now. Again, there's a bunch of paint on this brush here. which I think we're just going to try and take some of that away, clear that out. Try this now. Ah, that's the better. That's the better. Then we'll go over this with our fabulous Perlene Crimson. That is going to make this what almost looks like a mid-tone lighter orange look a bunch lighter. Remember the metal areas on this fruit, we're going to try to make sure that those catch more of the reflections than, say, the cloth areas, because again, softer edges, same thing. Then, well, the rock is the closest thing to the lava type light, so that might have to also be relatively brightly lit. Everybody check out that Instagram, a couple of Instagram links there from a Grey Wolf. So Grey Wolf, again, thanks for being here. You know, Cam, I keep forgetting about, well, their cobalt blue, which is it's cobalt blue in no universe ever. Wrong tube. Is this the one here? That is not the right one. It's being very persnickety here. There it is. Yeah, this is not cobalt blue. This is basically, well, if you remember the old Crayola crayons, it's basically periwinkle. Which, now that is the irony here of, like, I'm going to take periwinkle and now I'm gonna paint Sauron with some periwinkle. There's just some kind of hilariousness about that. So again, take a little look-see there at that link that Grey Wolf just posted. I mean, it's sort of like a reddish blue violet, right? But it has much more blue in it. I mean, it kind of looks maybe a little bit like cobalt blue in one of our radiant violets or something like that. It kind of looks like that. And again, miniature here from a Navarrete Studios. We're going even more with our periwinkle here because, again, an initial dry brushing dry brushing of periwinkle on Sauron just sounds absolutely hilarious. It sounds like it's just gonna happen, right, Camda? Try and sneak a little bit of that in here. Same deal up there. Actually, Navarrete Studios has a bunch of new stuff too. I mean, a lot of new stuff. There's well, maybe if there's a Black Friday sale or something like that, we'll try to get some more of the Navarrete Studio files. Let me hit this here. Now, Grey Wolf, I don't know if you saw this was the new Kathy figure. We painted this one up on a special stream Wednesday for Kathy's birthday. This is a D&D character that she played for years. So yes, now we have a new Kathy miniature. And of course, well, speaking of our Lord of the Rings, we did our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. We did actually 5 different ones. There's our Gandalf. Oh, look at this. I mean, these two are absolutely the spitting image of each other. I mean, look at it. It's like you can't even tell them apart, Camda. I'm not even sure. If it wasn't for this one being in my right hand, I wouldn't even know that there was any difference. And then, of course, this was fun because we painted this up on Thursday, and we painted these last night. So then, again, the same exact color, same exact paints. Didn't matter that this was a flat and that this was a miniature right here. Yeah, Camda, again, I might have to ask you if I've got the right one. I'm not really sure because, again, they are so close that I'm not sure I even have the right one in my hand right now as I'm painting. I could have the wrong one. Who knows? Maybe I'm just painting over stuff that already exists. They're just that close. I will take now some of our white and we'll mix that into our periwinkle here because that's what we're just going to have to call that one from now on, Camda. Now we'll have to make sure we use it on like all the fiercest monsters and fearsome creatures, because that would be funny. And again, appreciate you being here, Camda. Or, well, I did not have any ham today, so. However, I was bequeathed another package of those fabulous frozen French fries that have no spices on them. I mean, it's literally just somebody took taters, chopped them up into French fry pieces, and then froze them. Which means I get to put them in that air fryer and put all the species and spices on there myself, which I really, really enjoyed. Yeah, those are mighty munchy for sure. So Armored Wolf, that must have been the Ducky, no, not Terminator, the Ducky Dreadnought. That's it, the Ducknaught. Yeah. I wasn't. I just didn't get a chance to look at it close enough to see if it was like a specific chapter, anything like that, or if it just becomes a specific chapter by however you paint it. Now I got me a little bit more of the white on there. Now, so it was the duck knot. Oh, actually, yeah, Camda, that's one of the new ones. One of the new panels is the Argonath. Now, it insisted that they have weapons in different hands. I said, I want the weapons both in their right hands, and I want them to be, or whatever it was, I want them to both be raising the same arm. It would not do it. I tried 4 times, could not get it to do it despite clear instructions. I even like marked it with the blue circle or the blue whatever, and that just was not enough to get it to do what I needed it to do. So Armored Wolf, did you have anything in mind color scheme wise for that? I'm sure that'll be your Golden Demon entry for 40k vehicle at Adepticon. I'm sure they wouldn't mind that at all. I'm sure they would be overjoyed. Yes, just they would be beside themselves. I guess, well, now that it's getting to be winter, I suppose that's when thoughts turn to spray team or whatever, Armored Wolf or terrain team. I kind of forget if it's spray team or terrain team, or if it's literally both. I don't know. Yeah, let's do that. Let me get, okay. Sneak that brush down in. Oops, that's a little more than we wanted. That's okay because I'm most likely gonna be hitting that with our darker glaze stuff anyhows. So that won't matter too much. I think you can see already what the general gist of this is here. That's not rocket surgery, right, Camda? In fact, it's not even what was? Oh yeah, Operation, the board game. Yeah, it's not even that. Adepticon spray team. Okay. Because I don't know. Does he have those sometimes over the holidays, Armored Wolf, or is it more like, say, once it hits to be January and February, then he starts doing those? I'm sure there's some in February because I think there's like a spray team every weekend, pretty much right between, say, late January and March. And there's probably 3 months worth of spray team every weekend. That's what I thought. What was that crazy piece of MCP terrain Armored Wolf that nobody did? Right? That I guess there was tons of those to paint, but nobody. It was the guys in the jars, right? Armored Wolf. I think it was the dudes in the jars. It's you. No. Let's go back to the periwinkle here, and yeah, let's go back in here with that. Where's my lighter stuff again? Up there. Now over here, we are going to do something like this here. We're going to take the violet. We're going to take the umbar. There you go. Violet and umbar. So kind of a warmer grayish brown here, whatever. It's even mixing with some of our periwinkle, because periwinkle is that 100% screams Sauron, does it not, Camda? Yes. Who knew that periwinkle was one of the most fearsome colors on the palette? It rivals even maybe Prussian blue in its ferocity. All right, we got just about everything with at least some kind of lighter dry brush here. Now we're what? Not even a half hour in. Yeah, that's 27 minutes, and that's a 40 mil base. I mean, so he is towering over all this kind of stuff. Now we get into it might just be well, Camden, I think we're just gonna get into mixing some paint. I think we will keep it that simple. Is this the? Yeah, we'll use this guy here. Now, this should be very, very intense here. We got our Pearling Crimson. And now, oof, look at that. We are going to add Indian Yellow to that. Ooh, that might be a little much. All right. Now we add some thinner here. Camda, the world stops. The world stops when mixing begins, right, Camda? Yep. The world stops when we start doing this, no doubt about it. I mean, I think even other star systems, yes, other star systems, even when the news reaches them, they cease all activities as well. Come on, get over there. And now, well, looky there. That's how we're doing. I mean, this is it. It's just a glorified pin line wash. And then we shall do the same thing with our darker bluish grays. So they'll just be indigo. That's it. Nothing outrageous, nothing complicated. It is all very simple. As easy peasy as it can be. Sure, we'll hit you. We'll get that too. And then the cloak here, again, that's just going to use a little bit of gravity to work its way down here. Now here, I don't mind that it's mixing. That is not a problem. And it's a different kind of mixing, right, Camden? A little bit different. That's where we're actually kind of swiping at this a little bit normally. Like over here, you saw we're just touching it there. Yeah, we're doing a little something different here. Doing something different because we need a different outcome here. Also different shape, right? It's not like the armor shape. So again, here we're just kind of dragging this along, and what that is doing, that is going to start mixing on the surface here with the orange that's already in place. More, 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 and mixing, doing the stuff. Yeah, Cam did the with the Sculpey there. It's funny, the just like the super specific properties about it. Like the gray extra firm actually Camda. Well, let's put it this way, Camda. I'm kind of hoping that I'll be able to make, for what lack of a better term, my own not texture rollers but texture plates. That is that you might be seeing that, and oh gosh, would that be a printing workshop? I think that would be a printing workshop episode. Yeah, not flats, because it's well, it would be combination printing slash basing, I guess. Okay, yes, maybe that was a little bit more of our reddish stuff than we wanted in the little darker glaze there. No biggie, it's whatever. Again, we're what, 32 minutes in? Yeah, we're all of 32 minutes into this. We can make adjustments. Ain't won't be that big a deal. What cam? Well, I guess so. What cam? You could do some terrain stuff with it. That's most of the terrain that I built, and a lot of my dioramas, Camda. Now again, this is because I didn't really know about using foam and everything. But most of the early terrain stuff was all made with Sculpey. Like I have something that looks very much like kind of a Rohan building that was made entirely out of Sculpey. That weighed a ton. I mean, it was essentially still hollow on the inside, but man, it still weighed a ton. So yeah, Cam. I mean, just something very organic, right? Uh, like tree roots or some kind of a. Oh yeah, the cat. I remember when Kathy sculpted this mausoleum in Sculpey. Yeah, that might have been 2004. That was we called it the year of dioramas because it's pretty much basically what either one of us did. That almost an entire year was dioramas. I think the culmination was, well, you've seen Grand. Yeah, that was the culmination of the year of dioramas. That's actually one of our chat reward things there. Nice to see you there, Chaos Enjoyers. Well, now it's a happy Sunday. We are now officially 19 minutes into Sunday here. So great to see you there, Chaos. Now I can't wait. I don't know, maybe Flat Thursday, one of the ones we paint would be the Sauron. Because again, it was kind of fun, right, to see the. 1 second here, let me get this back in place. To see this and then some of our actual Oathbreakers again, doing both with the exact same paint. So yeah, maybe maybe that'll be our flat Thursday. Now, if we get fast enough with these things, I am starting. That's the other reason I want them slightly smaller there, Cam, is because maybe. I mean, it won't exactly be like our multiscapes where I'm doing 4 of them in one stream. However, maybe 2 in one stream, especially if they're kind of too. Well, okay, one is. Actually, I've got 2 different versions of Barad-dûr, and then there's also a Sauron one. So, I mean, that could be a double or even a triple, who knows? Because we got faster and faster and faster with the multiscapes, didn't we, Camda? Yeah we did. We definitely did. All right, so there is our darker. Right, there's our darker reds in there, and now we have to let those set, which means we move on. We will get some of our. That's the coal black. We'll mix that with the umbar here. Respect the umbar. I mean, seriously, respect the umbar. Where are they here? There they are. Respect the umbar. And again, here's some of the new ones. We just printed these last night. We got 4 more we just printed out. Okay, there's our umbar. There's more. Where's our... oh, it kind of got stuck to this one here. There we go. Yeah, look at that. And that was based on essentially just my painted terrain and miniatures right there. And look at these fabulous designs that it created on the sides. I still got to figure out exactly what is the best approach for my Candish stuff. I would really like to do all 3 kings. Now, obviously, most folks probably not going to have that big of an interest in Candish stuff. But, well, it's my party, and I'll Candish if I want to. Nah, we need more. There we go. And see, what's happening again? We're kind of dragging the brush a little bit more, so that maybe that does facilitate a little bit of mixing. Yeah, so other folks can make whatever they want. Now, that's the other thing I'm going to try and make, Candy. I'm going to try and make texture plates that maybe I can print out, and I'll see if we can, basically cut those up and break them apart like we do with Scopy. I have no idea if that's going to work. It might fail horribly. Oh, Camden, there was another thing I messed around with. So, remember things like Durin's Bane and anything that had the really dark color that went super recessed? Well, I did experiment with one of the Sauron ones where I said I inverted it. So the dark came forward and whatever was lighter was recessed. And that is, I don't think I printed that both yet. I think I only printed the regular one where dark recedes. But I'm curious to see what those are going to be like side by side. Alright, so again, now that is not just darker, it's also changed the appearance of it a wee bit. Doing the same thing up here to make that darker. Now on to the periwinkle, yes. Or as we'll just say, indigo. Yeah, we're just, no, not over there, but not by those yellows, not by our fluoro yellow. That would just mean I'd have to, yeah, here, let's maybe bring that over here or something. Yep, that would have been a not good thing. Yeah, I might have to try that for that Arwen. And again, Cam, I'm sorry that I haven't done the Dropbox link, but those files, they're just like continuously changing. I'm constantly making adjustments to them. And I really don't want a bunch of stuff in that Dropbox folder and then go, okay, what's the newest thing? Because they'll obviously all have the same names. Yeah, I don't want to deal with all that in the Dropbox folder just yet. So again, my apologies. We are hoping that can be in the Dropbox, and obviously, you, Grant, Oracle, Landras, you guys will get the links first. They're just the Dropbox thing first, just to make sure it works before we tell everybody else about it for sure. Camden, I thought I would be able to do it because I just didn't think I would have a bazillion more designs. I think because I thought I would still sort of be screwing around with GPT to do that. Now look at that. You can see how our periwinkle now has a little more depth to it. And guess what? We'll be coming back into this with midtones and lights like we do all the time. I think it's actually been a little while since we had kind of a traditional object source lighting. He hits you. Can't keep hammering away at that. Just gonna have to let it go. I was just about to screw around with that. I said, you know what? I better not play around with that. We should just leave that be. He does have the ring on here, so we have to make sure that either that's glowing or it's just gold or something. Don't want to forget about the ring. Hit you too. And now, under here, we just gotta really get some strong, darker glaze things in there. Let me use this here. Just wanted to get that blue away from our pure orange. You don't have to put more of that Series 6 out there. Geez, Armored Wolf, I just realized now that I've got that Carnosaur assembled, I have to start bringing that into GPT and start doing some concepts with it for basing. See what kind of basing, maybe what kind of color scheme going to happen with that. Yeah, we're just doing something that is incredibly glazy there. It's just a pin line wash. Now here, you notice we're not swiping at it like we were here because we don't need that to mix. And you should start to see, that it's getting a little bit less shiny now. That means that the paint is starting to set. It's not dry by any stretch of the imagination, but again, what it is, the paint has set. And that means it's going to be easier to manipulate, easier to maybe get some more paint on top of it. All right. There. Which means now we could potentially go back into maybe some of this, our lava stuff down here while we wait for other things to have a chance to set. Grab this guy. That's fantastic, Armored Wolf. I still have to find the correct size base. I either have to print one or find one or something. Taking some of the white, some of the yellow. We are breaking that down, mixing that up over here. It's got some of the Windsor yellow, a little bit of our floral yellow too, and then a little touch of the white. Yeah, Armored Wolf. I think it was during like one of those podcasts that I put that thing together, and I don't actually even know where it is right now. I believe it is in the room here. It is actually probably just a foot or two away from me, I would imagine. I'm hoping that I can also assemble some of the, oh, what is that stuff? I almost said Candace stuff, the Cathay stuff. Alright, now we will go back into some of our orange here, I think. Let's see what happens with that. I think it needs a little bit of the Indian yellow. Now, that should be a lighter orange. To start getting on some parts of our rocks here. That's actually our homemade texture paste right there. Let me see if I can maybe... I'm just trying to keep those brushes out of the way here somehow. I don't know, now, has Melissa started hers? I'm guessing that Melissa still wants to do that. I don't know about some of the other folks that had also thought they were going to do it too. Because, well, let's see. If there's at least the 4 of us doing it, I mean, that, well, it's big enough. It might take a whole shelf, right, Armored Wolf? Yeah, it's pretty much got to be all 4 of us in there if we want to dominate a shelf. How you doing there, Grim Hollow? And nice to see you there, Night Chase. Thank you so much for the raid. Everybody please give Grim D Hollow a follow. See what I did there? So thank you so much for the raid. And of course, Grim, if you want to, I know you just finished your stream, but if you got other, say, Insta, Discord links, work in progress stuff that you would like to share, please go ahead and do that. So we are painting our Sauron figure. This is 3D printed from Navarrete Studios. We just started 48 minutes ago. There was no Zenithal. Hey there, 27 Skate. How you doing? So yeah, we just started on this. We were kind of doing some of our glazy stuff over the top. Now, it was just a dark brown primer to begin with, and we're working with our oil paints. Now, our last couple of streams were Lord of the Rings themed, but slightly different here. Let's do this. Here we go. So we painted this up on Thursday, and then last night we painted up 6 more of our Army of the Dead. So this is one of our homemade flats right here. Again, all painted with oil paints. Same with this guy. So yeah, we've been doing a bunch of our Lord of the Rings themed flats. Here's our very first one we did. That's got your Galadriel theme on that. And well, here's a whole bunch more. Yeah, we're calling them our Lord of the Rings tarot cards. These are some of the brand new ones that I just created and printed out myself here. So yeah, all of these, we're going to be painting all of these guys on stream and such, like so. Now, of course, here is a Trench Crusade theme. Again, painted with the oil paints, except here we had our homemade metallic oil paint. We'll be doing a tutorial video on this one. So again, a Trench Crusade theme, just like that one right there. So again, everybody please give Grinda Hollow a follow. Go ahead and do that. And again, all this done with traditional oil paint right out of the tube. Keeping things nice and simple. Nice to see you there, Zelica. Everybody please give Zelica a follow. So Zelica, yeah, that's what we were painting last night on stream. A bunch of these guys right here. We did 6 of those. And Zelica, I don't know if you saw the Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears that we did. So there's a little Frodo. Here's a Gimli right there. Where's our Gandalf or Gumdolf, as we call him, right there. And then of course this coming Monday, ship number 10. This was number 9. We did that one this Monday. So you're seeing a lot of the stuff that we did on stream this week. We did this on Monday. We've got ourselves another Battlestar Galactica ship coming up. And of course, this was Wednesday right here. This is the new Kathy figure. We made this in Eldritch Foundry. So we actually sculpted this, basically sculpted it ourselves. So yeah, Zelica. Oh, and here's some of our, again, other flats. This was kind of the initial flats that we did here, was these guys. Or ladies, I guess. And we have summer printed out as well. I just haven't had a chance to paint that one yet. So those are some more of our flats right there. And again, those 100% made in-house. Did the design, created the STL files, printed them out, all that stuff. Just did it myself. Now, Zelica, like always, if you want to post anything, I know you were streaming there last night. You want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. How's about we get a little bit more of that light up here? And now you can see that this is starting to set, right? It's not as shiny as it was. A little less shiny now. Now we get more orange here. Let's see a little bit more of the orange. Something like this, and that'll go into some parts of our cloak, and maybe even here on some of the metals. They're going to be facing towards the fiery lava there. So I have printed very large ones with FDM. Those were printed in resin. Let me see if I can just steal one of the big old FDM ones. There we go. Yeah. So that one was printed in FDM. I didn't realize that flats are, well, let's put it this way. Technically, this size is still a little bit larger than the average flat. They're actually not quite even that big. So I didn't know how, I didn't realize I was making billboards. Yeah, I didn't realize I was actually making colossal billboard-sized flats there. So since we've reduced the size of them just a smidge. Yeah, just a little bit. And you can make them bigger if you want. Now, of course, what I'm going to be experimenting now, I'm going to try to make essentially a shadow box frame. It's something I'm going to have to piece together in a slicer, I think. Probably the bamboo slicer. And see if I can, again, basically print out sort of like a shadow box type frame for these flats. And it would basically be designed to fit them, kind of have a little border in between the edge of the flat and the frame itself. At least hopefully I can make that work. I haven't had any chance to try that. I've tried to make like the height map of it in GPT. It was not terribly successful. I think it's one of those things I have to kind of like create separate pieces and then sort of try and tie them together. So again, see how there's that paint is wet there. If we do this, see how that's mixing together there? This is why the oils are so, look at that. See that darker paint on the end of the brush there? This is why the oil paints they're not just faster than the acrylics, they're exponentially faster. And by exponentially faster, I mean like 70% faster or even more, sometimes 80% faster than the acrylics. Because hashtag no layers. There are no layers happening here. Again, you can see that darker paint mixes in there. This is not a slightly lighter color, that is a significantly lighter color, which doesn't matter because there is still wet paint there and it is going to blend on its own. So again, if everybody could please give Grim Download a follow, that would be super. And thanks again for the raid, Grim. I wasn't sure if you have to take off, do post-stream stuff, or anything like that. Now, I know you might just be a wee bit tired also too after doing the stream. So what are we at? We're 56 minutes in. 1 hour ago, this had absolutely no paint on it, no zenithal, no nothing. I just brushed on super quick some just a dark brown primer. Everything since just the oil paint. And only in the last 56 minutes and 49 seconds. And again, much appreciated for the raid. Carrying that light down here. So you can see that starts to organize here. We can actually maybe zoom in on him here because we have a zoom here that we can utilize. Valfira, well, did you see what happened to the Ramblin' Wreck? Because they got wrecked in NC State there. We saw definitely a few teams, Valfira, that were, obviously adjusting to this idea of they're the favorites now. Because they've always kind of had the sneaking up on you, right? And all of a sudden now they can't sneak up on folks. And NC State really, they really worked over. If you thought Vandy kind of was, getting shellacked by Texas, man, oh man. The Wolfpack were, again, they turned the Ramblin' Wreck into an actual wreck. Valfira. I didn't get to see the game because for whatever reason, actually I didn't get to see hardly any of the games, Valfira. I don't know if it's because it's later in the season, but they're really cracking down hard on the people that are streaming the games. It was like just 1 week ago that I could pretty much just see any game I wanted all the way through. Even like the Oklahoma-Tennessee game, I basically just had to find 4 or 5 different ways to try and listen. Yeah, the only way I saw what happened in the Vandy game was like a highlight reel afterwards. That's it. It's the only way I knew what the heck actually happened. So sorry about that. But now, of course, Georgia, yeah, Valfera, Georgia should have been taken out too. So we almost had 2 of the top 5 and 3 of the top 10 wiped out. Miami also, I think they're pretty much, well, you can't say anybody's toast for the playoffs now because everybody just keeps losing. Let's put it this way, Valfira. people are starting to say, oh, Michigan could sneak in there. Yeah, that was a team given up for dead. Same thing with, say, the team from South Bend. That was another team that was kind of left for dead. Something just tells me, Valfira, that, well, it's going to get complex. Yep, I have a feeling things are going to get mighty complex because, well, these are all rivalry games now, right, Valfira? It's November. And for folks, maybe they aren't too familiar with college football, unlike pro sports where rivalries mean basically nothing, in college, oh my goodness. Some of these teams have been playing each other for 120 years. When they say throw out the records, well, this is where they really mean it. Actually, Valfira, that sounds like a good idea for a new university in the APCC, Valfira. IT. Yeah, and the stadium is just a giant call center, Valfira. It's a giant call center, and everybody's wearing those headphones or the microphone headsets or whatever in the stadium. Yep, it's just the Institute of Technology. That's all it is. It's just IT. That'll be the name of the university. Or just irritating technology. I don't know. It could be any of the above. And try and get rid of that little bit there. There we go. There's a couple of little things that are still around from our initial dry brushing. I want to tone down or something along those lines. And we are going to be coming back with our lighter oranges and yellows. We're kind of working in the mid-tones right now. We are working in those mid-tones. Now I'm going to try and give me a little bit of the, whoops, well, not there. That is not where that is supposed to go. Oh yeah, that's right, Velfir. We also have a new fearsome color out on the palette. We have periwinkle. Yes, it's one of the most terrorizing colors on the palette now. Perhaps it even rivals the Prussians. Orange under there. Now, that is not actually a surprise, Valfira. That is not a surprise because, believe it or not, North Texas is part of that group of 5 with Memphis, South Florida, I think. Yeah, USF. So again, yeah, that doesn't really surprise me. What's weird, Valfira, is that I've actually seen North Texas play a bunch of games because whatever their conference is, it's like probably ESPN 3 or something. Again, these are the games that it doesn't tend to delete or wipe out like all the main games that people are wanting to see. It usually says nobody cares about seeing Navy North Texas or whatever. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, my apologies. I did not get a chance to get that video finished, the last of the filming, and then get it edited. I tried after the stream last night. There just was not enough time. So it's just going to have to be a little bit later this month because of all the Halloween stuff and Kathy's birthday stuff and all the other stuffs. So unfortunately, did not get a chance to put that out there. That's going to be quite the Vehicles Workshop series, though. Is that okay? That is slightly lighter. Now we're just gonna have to, I think, leave that be because I can see already that it's. Yep, we can't keep messing with that. Let's start doing some stuff up here with the cooler opposites of what we've been doing here. So we've got the, well, we're just going to call it the periwinkle mixed with a little touch of the white there. American Conference, that's it. I think San Jose State is in that conference, right? I don't know if San Diego State is in there. But yeah, that would be. Yeah, you tend to see kind of North Texas playing a lot on those some of those games. It's crazy, Velfair, because well, the last time we were down there for ReaperCon, we drove by their stadium pretty much on a daily basis to get to was it the factory or whatever? I think I'd get back to the factory. Because well, guess what? North Texas or University of North Texas, I think that is in Denton, Texas, right? Sort of the home of Reaper. Not yet, Grim. Let's see. I think the last time I was there was 2018. No, 2019. Yeah, that was the last time I was there. Oh, and again, Grim, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat, like we said before, even if it's your work in progress because you just finished your stream, well, I know I never have pictures of stuff right after a stream, so I'm figuring you don't either. But again, you might have some other pics. Again, if it's Discord, Insta, whatever. Hey there, Scrap Metal Dragon. How you doing? Yeah, Camda. That's a color that I kind of just keep forget. Well, it got sort of shoved to the back of the shelf, and I just didn't see it, and I kept wondering where it was, but I never really looked for it actively. And then as soon as I was kind of reorganizing things, I'm like, oh wait a minute, that's where that went. And I've tried to have that out on the palette now. So that was not where that was supposed to do, which means we're going to go back to this again and restore some of our dark in there. So great to see you there, Scrap Metal Dragon. I hope that your Saturday was super fabulous. And again, Camda, if you wanted to share any of your stuff there in the chat, please go ahead. Where are we at here? Yeah, let's do that. I mean, I guess you could say it's insult to injury, Valfera. Again, given his spitting image, that's his twin brother right there. Yeah, that's Schmauron right there, the gummy bear version of him. So given that we did that to him, I think I don't know. Maybe this is not actually as great of an insult as turning him into a cuddly little gummy bear. Which again, at ReaperCon, they still do the gummy bear painting contest. And thank you so much for that follow. Appreciate that, Grimda. Hello. Ah, yeah. So I'm not really supposed to be here. He's like, yeah, yeah. I had you so much at Dogal. He's like, yeah, yeah. He's like, so Galadriel kind of saved you there, didn't she? It's like, well, yeah, I mean, I was on a pipeweed bender, so I was kind of messed up. I actually got a contact high from you from that. What is going to happen on our big Gandalf 6 here for Grim? I was very close to a 1. Every time we mention pipeweed, usually that happens. It kind of bounced back to a 2 to save Grim from the ignominy of a 1. So, Zelica, let's talk about a couple of our principles here. Some readings from, whoops, I think we already went by that. From the Book of Wapol. Now, of course, when things start out, they're going to be messy. That is inevitable. Of course, with the oils, they can be thin, they cannot be diluted. Now, here we're not necessarily doing he is not the light source himself, so we won't be doing the light glazes there, but right here. So, less is more. More is, with the oils, more is way too much. In fact, it's way, way too much because you do not layer the oils, they layer themselves. And of course, finally, contrast, well, that's more than just light versus dark. And we can kind of show that here. Guess what's coming up now, Valfera? I know you can't possibly guess what we need to do to be able to show off, right? That our idea that contrast is more than just light versus dark. I mean, we can also do that with our oath breakers too. We call this a little bit of film noir right here. So when we do that, I mean, basically, he doesn't look like he has any source light on him whatsoever. He's just gray, and then there's really not all that much difference in the lights and darks until we do this, and then all of a sudden, well, he looks very toasty. We have cooler grays up here, also much more diminished colors, muted colors, and then all this is very much more saturated. Now we can also show that here. Now take a little look at especially this area here around the border. Take a look at that. We got cooler greens here, here, and here. Lighter, or sorry, warmer in here. Now there's really no difference between the, here, I'll just hold it down the side. You can see it this way. Now that just looks like one flat gray panel. There's really not much light or dark there, is there? Even this thing here, right, doesn't look any different than that. When we bring back said color, warmer green, cooler greens, cooler greens. While everything is green, that's why we don't use the term limited palette. We say maybe a condensed palette or something like that, but we most certainly do not say limited palette because, well, you're not limited. You are not just because you don't have a bazillion colors out on the palette, that means, well, absolutely nothing. I mean, if you had 3 colors out on the palette, you could make hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of colors out of those 3. So it's really not limited. Maybe convenience is limited. Maybe that's what's limited. But yeah, as far as your palette goes, not so much. As you saw by that tricksy little film noir that we did. Yep, that is in no way, shape, or form limited, right, Valfera? Well, scrap metal, there is a way to make something like that. You go into the GPTs or the Copilot and make yourself something fun like that. I mean, that's how we're making things like the flats and all that other stuff. Yeah, keep going again. There's essentially the periwinkle there. That's never gonna get old, Camda. The periwinkle thing, that is never gonna get old. And of course, Zelica, if you wanted to share some stuff in the chat too, certainly feel like you can do that. I don't think you had a chance yet. Now here we're starting to bring in again some lighter stuff, but making sure that it has kind of that bluish hint to it. Now, well, he's just hamming it up, right, Valfira? He is just hamming it up. So one of the other things I was doing today was trying to take the window air conditioners out. Because, well, if we get into the 80s or something like that now on November 2nd, that would be a right bit startling. Actually, it would be a right bit startling to see something like 70. I mean, since just 2 years ago it was snowing on Halloween, so, gee whiz, I forgot all about these things being there. I was reminded ever so rudely right there. Let me get, yeah, a little bit on the side there. This is, of course, nowhere near as light as we can go. We sort of need to see what happens with the object sourcelet side first before we really get into very bright ambient light highlights, because if those get too light, well, then our source light doesn't really look too much. It looks more like object source shading, because all of a sudden now you're just comparing light next to lighter. Yeah, I keep forgetting about that down there, Valfira. And there's the ring right there. The ring is right there. So we have to kind of consider, do we want to also have that be glowing there too? Might be interesting. Okay, so we can take that slightly lighter. We're also going to try and maybe get a little bit of our green in there, maybe even more violet. Possibly even more violet. There, I don't think I even have the radiant green on the palette. I think we'll just, we'll utilize, oh, there we could, oh, that would be really periwinkle mixed with either Mars Yellow Deep or our Indian Yellow or something. I'd be curious to see what those look like together. Actually, you know, that probably should get more of the object source lighting rather than the cooler metal colors, I'm thinking there. Actually, so is it Sunday? Is it Saturday into Sunday? Because it's not tonight with the whole daylight savings time, is it, Valfira? Or is it Sunday into Monday? I only say that because it's 1:04 a.m. here, and that sounds like actually. Nope, that is not right. I don't think, because we've only been doing this like an hour and 15 minutes. So I think, no, maybe that is right. I guess I started later than I thought. Yeah, I started later than I thought. I was thinking that I started at 11:30, but nope, I didn't. Zelica, that is definitely something I would not mind going away. I think pretty much 99.9% of the population wants that to go away, which is why it's never going away. Yeah, there's so many other things going on here. Passage of time, what day it is, those pretty much have no meaning anymore. I mean, they ceased to have any meaning like that a long time ago. Now, I'm pretty sure the initial reason for that was train schedules. Once you had the Transcontinental Railroad, I think to somehow, whatever it is, again with the arrival times, and to make it even more confusing, Zelica, the Euros, they switch before we do. Like, I think the week before we do or something like that, they switch. Now, of course, you could live in a state like Indiana where they quite literally for a while had 3 different time zones. Yeah, if you lived in, again, Indiana is not the widest state in the world, but if you lived in the eastern portion, you were on Eastern time. If you were on the western portion, you were on Central time, like the far western portion. And if you were in the middle, your time would fluctuate back and forth. So yeah, that was Indiana was one of the crazier places in terms of the time zones and all that stuff. That needs to still be, yeah, later up there too. Now I think they've gotten rid of the essentially triple time zone effect in Indiana now. And yeah, Zelica, I mean, you could just be in Gary, Indiana, and all of a sudden you go just a few blocks and now you're in a different time zone. Nice to see you there, Landrast. Now, Landrast, you're still over there, right? You haven't started heading back yet? Alright, now I'm going to start fooling around with, again, we want to let this have a, or, now we'll give that a chance to set. Let's get back down here. Again, all of this right here, that's 1 hour, 23 minutes. That's it. That is the extent of the time we have spent on this thing, and again, it was all just a little, ooh, we need to do our little drops of thinner on stuff here, otherwise all our fluoros, right, are just going to turn to, they'll just get all rubbery and stuff. So great to see you there, Landrast. Let me get some more this here. See, I think maybe is that at 3 a.m. or something that's supposed to happen? And that's right, it falls back, so we get an extra hour to work, but that's not the same as a Tuesday. That does not count as a Tuesday. Now that, check it out there, Camda. The autocorrect monster even attacking the moderator. I'm not sure that's a wise thing to do by the autocorrect monster. That might not be the best idea. Because the monitor has ways and means. Do this. Blending brush. What will we use for a blending brush? Maybe this thing here, whatever. Nope, not that one. Maybe this thing here real quick. Yeah, that's more like it. Now, Zilla, were you going to be streaming again tonight at all? And again, if you want to post anything, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Zelica a follow. Maybe we're going to shoot on back to this. Got to get some more thinner in there, start breaking that down. All right, what do we got here? What do we got? Yeah, let's roll with this here. And again, you can see that is not some slightly lighter core. That is noticeably lighter because it's all going to mix together. Yeah, if you're going to treat the oils just like they're super slow drying acrylics, might as well just use acrylics. It'll be easier. It'll be actually more convenient. Just do that because you're not really using the, again, the potential advantage of the oils. So might as well just stick with the acrylics. Keep it easier, keep it simple. Don't need to get things too complex. Now to the other side here again, where we're going to try and get some more of this lighter yellow and orange. Let that mix like you do here. So yeah, and I knew that that was still a thing out there. Because I'm pretty sure it was either last week or the week before or something like that. This will still get lighter. We're also going to be coming back with some of our Perling Crimson to get some stronger darks in there too. More so to make sure we have some good solid edges as opposed to just like shading something. And again, as light as this orange seems here, this is nowhere near as light as we could actually go. Certainly go lighter than that. To start getting some on the underside here. So again, we establish our framework really quickly, but but the object source lighting, if we start with the source lighting, it just gets a whole lot easier. Because now we don't have to guess where it's going. We don't have to paint areas essentially multiple times. I mean, I've seen people do that with the source lighting. They're basically painting the entire miniature a second time. I'm like, okay, I guess that's fun doing that. I'm thinking most folks don't really have the time to paint the same figure a couple times or 3 times or whatever. Most folks don't even have time to, barely have time to paint a figure once. So painting it a couple times doesn't seem to make much sense to me. Again, that's just me, just throwing it out there. You can, now in this case, I just used the GPTs. You can, I mean, here, look at this picture down in the lower right. There you go. I just took a picture of them like that, and I said, colorize it with the cooler, darker, less saturated bluer shades on the top part, and then give me object source lighting on the bottom, fiery, lava, whatever, and it did that. Now, of course, in the past, we've used our flashlights and all that kind of stuff, these little guys here. And again, they come in all different colors, so you could, you know, shine this, take a picture, do whatever. I think we did both for this, here, this was one of our tutorial videos. So there's General Grievous, and oh look, he's got 4 light sources. And I do believe we used their little LED flashlights on that to kind of determine some of the where some of that source lighting was going to go. Let me hit that a little bit. Yeah, a little lighter there. Now we got to get the underside of his arm here, and let me see if this is too light. Again, this is all metal, so it's gonna reflect more light than say his cloak does. No, let me. There we go. Is more like it. So yeah, who knows? Maybe we'll paint or maybe a Barad-dûr and a Sauron flat on Thursday. It's certainly going to involve a lot of the stuff we're using here are Paul Rubens floral alkyds. And for obvious reasons. That might not be a light enough orange, but we'll see. We shall see if that's going to be light enough. Here, let me just get a little touch of it here. There's not going to be much, because again, this, right, would sort of block that from moving further up. I don't know. You know what? I think that should still probably have some kind of at least reddish orange there to it. Let's see what happens here. Now again, if you want to see some of those other things we've been talking about, the Kathy figure, the other flats, that would be on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. There are no ads there, and there will not be ads there. Again, that is the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Actually, our Kathy figure is going to go up there, well, at some point early this morning. After the stream, I'll be working on those pictures. Somewhat of our orange there, and maybe even a little bit on the edges of that armor plate, and maybe a little bit on the edges there, and then just a teensy bit down here. Look at this, just we have a kind of a middle tone, then a dark, and then we'll have sort of this little bit of oranginess there. It's the light kind of creeping up and reaching this area here. Should probably do the same deal from underneath. Now the other channel that has things, that's where our army showcase videos are going to be. We already have the first one up there. That is the Denethor and the White Tree of Gondor and the Fountain Court Guard. We got a bunch more of those. We'll be doing dozens of them. And some armies are going to get at least one, maybe two of those vids, because they don't just show off the miniatures, they also show off the terrain. So yes, there will be an entire video basically just about Minas Morgul, and then also we'll have some Morgul Knights in the vid. Then we'll do a special one just for the Morgul Knights. Actually, I'm gonna try and do a nice little tune for them. What is happening here? That is just crazy little straight line there. So yeah, Vilfril, I'll have to look and see what the schedule is looking like for next Saturday to see if that kind of plays into some of the results of today, or Because there's got to be some rivalry games happening this coming Saturday. It can't be a quiet Saturday. Back to our, and that's almost essentially like a reddish orange here. No, 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 no. Let's again let that mix with our bluish gray that's there to kind of tone that down. And now we need again more of our orange. That might be a little too late, so we go back more towards the Windsor red. Now that that is on there, and try to find me something that we can use as a blending brush. Maybe this here? No. Maybe this here? Yeah, we'll use this one. So we're just gonna spread that out a little bit there. Hopefully it's not too light here with our... No, it's getting there. It's getting mighty close to being too light there. So he's got himself some hot feet here for sure. Not like the hot seat commercial on Fansville. Right, Vilfir. So they've been playing the hot seat commercial. Well, again, I didn't get to see too much of the games today. They were really cracking down on the broadcast. So from a visual standpoint, the only way I actually saw that I almost said intentional grounding, the onside kick was just a highlight on just on YouTube there. No, not even on YouTube. I think it might have even just been on Facebook or something. More of, again, the lighter orange there. So you can see it then here that was the pearline crimson to create that super dark glaze there. Now let me try to go even lighter. Some more of the fast matte white. Well, no, that's not our fast matte white. That's still the Paul Rubens white. Hour 3, right? So we got ourselves almost 90 minutes before we'll break out, or somewhere around then, before we break out the fast matte white. Even, yeah, down here on the base, we'll need some of that light there too. Like some of our extreme yellow light to intensify that. We'll also have to get some of our dark back in there too. So we'll be taking some of the pearline crimson. We'll get our not blackest black all on those edges there, because that does actually make a difference. Now there's getting to be some of our lightest source lighting here. Then on the greaves here. Maybe I'll touch on the top there. And now this stuff up here doesn't really have any of the shiny stuff going on anymore. That means that has also begun to set very nicely. If it is not dry, nothing on here is dry. However, it is starting to do what we call setting. That means that it'll be a heck of a lot easier to get more paint on, whether it's heavier paint, whether it's more of a pinline wash, any of those ways. Whoops, way too big of a glob on the end of that brush. Could see that a mile away. There. Drop in a couple of yellowy orange things there. What is happening with this right here? We'll push that along. Can maybe lighten this up a little too. Yeah. Same on the top edge of that. Yeah. Now I might do again. I might in a little bit, half an hour or so, maybe go refresh the medicine. Hit this too with this. And now here you can see we're not doing anywhere near as much with the kind of the almost yellowish type color, not on the cloak. See, even that's almost a little bit too light there. Kind of almost to us. I'm going to back away more towards an orange there. Okay, let's try that. That is better. Because again, that got darkened down quite a bit with the perline orange. Or, yeah, I don't know, a pure orange, sorry. There's a smidge of a blending brush right there. Is this where we're at with this? I think so. You know, you could almost say some of this does point downwards towards the lava, or maybe there's some lava on the horizon that's sort of reflecting in there. And again, we will be coming back into this with some of our really dark, say that the perline crimson and such. Perline red would be a somewhat cheaper alternative. Okay, and we're still gonna keep going. We need to make that a little lighter orange there, don't we? Yeah. What's happening with that point here? Yep. Fine, we'll lighten that up there under a little bit too. Some lighter orange as we work our way up from that. Now let's try here. Let's get the perline crimson, a little bit of the umbar there. A little bit of umber. Nope, I need to. Well, I guess get a little more thinner in that. And there's your sort of your cooled pieces of lava here. And we'll still probably go that much lighter in a few spots. This is not all that different. What we did with our L-runners, same idea. Elrond John trying to fight Sauron there. One is the mob boss of Middle Earth, and the other one is Sauron. It's complicated. Trying to utilize, again, that much darker Perlane Crimson here along that internal shadow. Then there's going to be another mid-tone, but that's going to be, again, our... Might even just be, say, Van Dyke Brown with some of our fabulous violet there. Something like that, maybe. Darken you down on that end. Now here again, I think is where we can sharpen up some edges here. Let's, I'm going to get me a little bit of the indigo into this. That should make, yeah, here, nice, again, sharp edges there. Well, especially with angular armor like this, or I guess you could say lots of filigree. Can we just add a little something cooler there with the indigo, with the Perlane Crimson. I think... No, we can make that older. Okay, I didn't think that was going to have too much of an effect. But now I think what I might do is start getting some of this much lighter colors here on these lighter areas. All right, we got the... Yeah, that is the weight from Paul Rubens. We're mixing it into that little kind of grayish blue there. It's almost like ice blue. Geez, it's been a while. Land dress since we last used ice blue. That was one of the richest in colors. It's been a little while, and again, our Vehicles Workshop series there, was it series 8 or something like that? Now that actually is going to be the... We're going to use the water washable oils on there, just because we haven't done any vehicles with them. I want to see if there could potentially be some decent quicker drying time. Obviously, won't be doing any pin line washes with those, because we know that really doesn't work with those. Which, not such a big problem when I wasn't really intended to do any pin line washes. I don't think we've ever used those for weathering or mud or anything like that. I thought that would be another fun little exercise. See what they can do. Let me try to lighten up a few of those again in something that is not our orange light there. Let's see, so we're 1 hour 50 minutes in here. Like the Weeping Angel says, don't blink. It happens real fast. And by real fast, I mean real fast. Because again, when we first started this, there was no zenithal, there was no airbrush stuff of anything. If I roll this way with it, okay, that lightened that up a little bit. Now there's more of these plates here. Now should that be more towards the orange? I don't think so. I'm thinking not. Now this up here on the top port of the mace. Should get this in. This is maybe a value to it. It is by no means our lightest light at all. Catch a little more light on the end. There we go. Push the light on these, at the ends of these metal plates here a bit more. But yeah, I think we're gonna move back down here again before we do any kind of lightest light stuff up here in our ambient light. Yep, that too. There's a whole series of these plates. There's too much paint sitting on there. Maybe now we give this a try. Something more there, okay. Yeah, we need to get some of the stuff. You know what? Let me do the stuff on the... I don't know if that would be crown or just helmet or both. Could be both. Start making some of that later. Same up there. Is that two different? Nope, that is all one section there, okay. Now there's a whole bunch of little bits of filigree there. We'll try and do a little something on those. We have painted the original GW metal Sauron. I know I've painted it at least twice, maybe 3 times. And then there was the Necromancer. I actually have the metal one in here. I thought I had the metal version of the Necromancer up here with me. The Necromancer of Dol Guldur. Guess what? That's another one of our Middle Earth panels that I haven't made yet because I forgot all about that. So yes, we have to make ourselves a Dol Guldur slash Necromancer one. Are there some plates that, yes, there are. Kind of this, there's a color plate in there. Too much. Take our blending brush and just kind of wipe some of that away. No, we'll tack it this way, I think, yeah. Like that. And then here do we have 3 planes there? Yes, we do. Now, over here, yeah, see that really shouldn't have the kind of reddish orange on it there, because this cloak would get in the way and essentially kind of block some of that. More on a little bit of the lighter stuff on the chainmail. Now up here on the top of his arm, oh, the other side of his face for sure. Whoops. Let's not go too late, too quick there. Not too fast. This side of the helmet a little more. I mean, we could have glowing eyes in the helmet, but I don't think we're gonna do that. At least not for now. No, we won't do that. Maybe at some point we do try to do something like that, but for right now anyway, I don't think we'll do that. So I think, what again, I'm gonna go grab me another cough drop, do a little bit of refreshing of the medicine here. So definitely don't go away, because we're gonna be right back in a second here. Gotta make sure that doesn't work too far to the right side there. There's a couple of segments, yeah, a couple of segments of the armor that kind of cover the thumb there. And we have to still remember the ring is on this finger up here. We are going to have to, I think I would like that to have some kind of glow on it. Not a ton, but more than just, well, we'll just give it kind of a yellowish look. That is not going to be terribly exciting there. An actual kick of light there. And then, ooh, maybe a little more right there. So again, we shall return. Don't go anywhere, because we got lots to do yet over the next few hours here on our Sauron figure. I was gonna also try a little mix here, just for funsies, see what happens when we take our periwinkle here, and then combo that maybe with the Indian. Yeah, that should make kind of a, well, that's another one of those nurgly greens right there. Yep, as very much a nurgly green, and that's maybe even going to work its way into some of this up here. Also, too, we're thinking about the cloak too. Still wondering, do we want to give it a texture or not? I'm thinking, yeah, with the texture. Just a little bit of that in here. Just a little hint of it now. Back to the umber and the violet, the original kind of lighter color there. And we'll start to work that in. This Sauron figure, 3D printed from Navarrete Studios. If you check out the YouTube channels there, you'll see a whole bunch of other figures from Navarrete Studios. I think it was either last October or last November, or both. We were doing a ton of the Nazgul, that again the Fell Beast and Ring Wraiths from Navarrete Studios. Is Aragorn over here? There he is. This also is from Navarrete Studios, so that is Elisar there, King Elisar. Painted him up only not that many weeks ago. That video also is on that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That's where this is going to be. So again, now we're starting to get. You can see the difference in the color temperature here. Making you a little lighter there as well. Yeah, you know what? There actually is a little bit of texture sculpted into the cloak here, so I think we're gonna try to make that happen here a little bit more. Let's do that, and then just like we did, remember all that texture on the what were they? You know, I'm gonna try some of this Naples yellow here on all of our little, I almost said hobbits, as one of them was. That would be our Lord of the Rings themed gummy bears. Starting to work in some lighter stuff here that also maybe has, again, some texture. Because that's seems like that's all the cool kids doing, texture and all that kind of stuff. Whatever, we'll do some of that. Keep working in this lighter stuff here. It's almost, yeah, it's really more of a mid-tone. This is not a highlight. We mention the mid-tones a lot because that is really where the vast majority of where your values are going to fall. 1 through 3 tends to be your highlights. 8, 9, 10 tends to be your shadow colors. So 4 through 7, mid-tones. Some mid-tones are basically considered a dark middle tone. Some of the other mid-tones considered a light middle tone. But yeah, otherwise everything would just be highlights and shadows and, well, nothing in between. Now, if you were doing moonlit stuff, well then actually that's not really the worst thing in the world, because that's kind of how moonlight works. It's mostly dark, except, well, now there's this little bit of dim light, but it's kind of harsh light because it's not direct sunlight We have kind of the entire wavelength, all the spectrum, all the different colors that go into sunlight. You just pretty much have one wavelength, and that's why the moonlight tends to be harsher and not just more almost trending towards a grayish blue, whatever, because you're cutting away a significant amount of the spectrum. So if you broke down a prism of moonlight, it would look very different. Yeah, I don't think there's any moonlight rainbows with rain and moonlight, but if there were, you would see a very, very different look there. That would be why you see those rainbows through the as the raindrops act like a prism. Yeah, you can see it's got more of again a yellowish brown look to it as opposed to what's happening with the armor. And we'll let it go. We're gonna get some really dark stuff in the armor. We're gonna get some much darker stuff on the cloak too. Probably take something like the Van Dyke Brown and the Mars Black, whatever, mix those together, and that'll be some of our darkest browns on the cloak here. But still also trying to maybe hint at some little bits of texture there. All the way down to here. See, that's a little bit bigger. I think maybe he's not that much bigger than the GW version. Maybe he's really not. I was thinking this was a good 10-15% larger. I'm not so sure it is. Might only be maybe 5 tops. It's a little deceptive because the GW one, as pewter, is like one monstrous big chunk piece. And then, they got the head and the weapon and such. So this is another Navarrete Studios there, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much, Grand Oracle. Grand Oracle, I printed out a bunch more of these. Actually, more printed out. They're still on the build plates. Let me see. Is this? Yeah. Here's some of the new ones. There's an Isengard one now, and there's Ruin. Here, let's move that one down here. Umbar. Yes, lots of fabulous. And I'll try to send you some of the new designs. I actually have one of Sauron, and I have 2 different versions of Barad-dûr. And I was able to get it to kind of do like Black Speech of Mordor on things like the Sauron and the Barad-dûr. And I believe I printed those out. Well, most of those. Now I also did a Helm's Deep. I did a Mirkwood design. What was the other one that I did? Oh, I was trying to do the Helm's Deep one was weird because for some reason it was like, oh, I can't make that image. I can't make it look like Helm's Deep. I have to make it look like some silly looking weird fortress. Yet other things were pretty darn close, right? Grand Oracle, that's GPT for you. So yeah, I just basically whenever I get the chance, I try to rattle off a few more. I'll like be at one machine doing one thing, and then the other machine that's in the same room, I'll say, okay, now you're going to be doing another plate or something like that. Let me do this. I've got to print out the Isengard one. We still have to do I don't think I printed out the Khazad-dûm one yet. I thought I did. I guess not. Yeah, we're looking for more, a little more texture there. Then we're gonna do our darker stuff to get even more texture. So Grand Oracle, I think the longest print time was 20 minutes, which is insane when you compare even like a little Hobbit, right? Grand Oracle that would still take at least an hour and a half. Who knows? Maybe even 2 hours, depending on if it was like attached to a base or something like that. So yeah, it's shocking. When I first saw the print time, actually Grand Oracle, I thought there was something wrong. I said, "There's no way that's a 10-minute print time or 15 or 20-minute." No, it really was. It genuinely was a that short of a print time. I'd never had anything that was that short of a print time before, ever. Nah, let me get a little bit more of the umber in here. Yeah. Now, we're not turning this into a pinline wash or anything like that. There we are. And Grand Oracle with one of the, it was either one of the Barad-dûr ones, and no, it was the Sauron one. I went into that image to STL.com and I actually inverted it, so the lighter colors receded and the darker colors came forward because, well, you can imagine there was a lot of dark stuff here, and I didn't want the whole thing to be just a giant recessed cavern. And until I print them both out, I printed out the normal one. How could we normally do these? But I will be curious, Grant Oracle, to see, what's the impact with that. And then who knows? I might try doing that on some other ones, like the Arwen one. Remember how the hair was super super recessed? Now again, the downside of the image to STL is there's not a whole lot of control slash options. But then it is also not a program like Mixer or Blender or something like that. It's very different. It's going to be much more limited. That's right now, at least. That's why I like it, because it doesn't have a bazillion different things. It actually made it easier for me to create something usable because there was not a ton of different tools. Yeah, remember the old guy Landrest? I don't. He might be dead now, but he did some kind of crazy thing for inversion therapy where people like hang themselves upside down. Now, back in I would think medieval times, that wasn't really considered like a therapy or a luxury treatment or something like that. Yeah, you didn't go to the spa to get hung upside down in the Middle Ages. I'm just throwing that out there. So yeah, I took that and I forget whether it was in the tools section or the options section or something like that, and then I set it to inverted, and I wasn't sure because the way they have it kind of, I don't know, labeled on that site there, you're not quite sure if that's what it's going to do. Take the anything that's darker and bring that forward, and then take all the lighter stuff and put that in the recesses. So now you can see we've done some of the darker texture on that. Now we kind of have to leave that alone. We are going to just kind of start fooling around with some other stuffs here. I'm going to take some more of our our periwinkle here. That is never going to get old. That is absolutely hilarious. I might even twist you around a little bit there. Yeah, I mean this old guy, he was I mean by old he was like I don't know in his 70s or 80 or something like that, and he was still doing his commercials. It looked like something out of a looked like a high tech version of something out of a 1930s horror movie or something like that. Like some kind of what's his name Frankenstein or something was should have jumped up off of that thing. Yeah, who knows? Maybe he's still around. Maybe my reports of his demise are premature. I don't know. Yeah, this is not our lightest light here by any stretch of the imagination. Gonna get a little light in there too. I did order some more resin, like the 1500th thing of resin this year. Now, I got kind of spoiled because, well, not only do these flats not take very long to print, they don't necessarily take all that much resin either. But now there's a whole ton of miniatures that I got to print out. Well, that's not going to be the same situation anymore. Still need to get something lighter up there. Take some of this down here and we'll just here, let me just drop some thinner into that so that can just kind of sit there and break down while we keep doing this other stuff here. Now we're actually putting a little bit of the Prussian blue in there, and now here's some of the indigo. So now again just a few little different dibs and dabs here. Who knows, might even try to create more of a violet type of mix for this. Mid-tone, mid-tone, and more mid-tone. You sense a theme there too. Again, that's got more of a bluish theme to it there. Now we're gonna have to get some of this lighter brown in there. Let me just grab this super quick here. We'll just grab you, some of you, and that's almost now like a micro filbert brush. We're just gonna chalk some of that in here. Not going to be much. We do. Look at this. We only have 2 fingers on the brush. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. Perhaps a teensy bit of that there. Also, a little something up there. Here as well. Let's some of that here. So Grant Oracle, I think Navarrete Studios has a whole bunch of releases just in the last couple of weeks. I haven't even had a chance to even look at my mini factory at all, at anything, not even the stuff that I should be downloading, say from, I don't know, Loot Studios. Actually, so Grand Oracle, do you have any idea what the recent Loot Studios slash, oh god, well, they call it Heroes Infinite. I would just call it Raging Heroes. Again, I have not had any chance to even look at those things yet. I'm sort of hoping that now, with the birthday week being done and other things concluded, that maybe I can try to jump on some other stuff that I need to do. Now, is this broken down? It's getting there. Yep, again, I just threw a little bit of thinner over here and just let it sit on that white, and that started to break it down a little bit. Now, of course, I am excited. I do know that Conquest Creations on his Jacob's Patreon there, he is doing all of the rest of the items for Isengard, like all the furnaces and everything, even like the little mud put thing where they were growing Urukai. And the other thing, Grand Oracle, I was talking about is I want to try maybe do a little video where I see if I can create some kind of various textures, whether it's deck plating texture or whether it's stuff for more like a fantasy style basis. Essentially, what we would do with Sculpey, see if I can do that just with something I can print, and then just basically print it, break it, do that kind of stuff. Or have some pre-printed texture, okay, like for some Egyptian type of base or something like that. Something where I just would have to print that out and it would all be cut into a 40mm square, or some sand texture or whatever. Base toppers, is that what you call them? I think so. Yeah. Gonna see if I can maybe make some of my own very simple custom base toppers. Because, well, that would essentially just be bas-relief, wouldn't it? If it's a sand texture, or if it's more of a Greek mosaic tile. Basically, okay, what if something like this was like more of a mosaic tile floor thing? Right, and that would be, for Trench Crusade figs or something. Now, the thing about, having them printed in resin is they would be, as you're trying to cut them and break them, they would probably be even more likely to shatter than our Sculpey. Sculpey has a little bit of flexibility to it. Even the gray extra firm. So yeah, it's possible that it might not work. It just would be way too easy to shatter. But as always, the only way we'll ever know for sure is to actually do it. And, well, I'll try to film the process, of course. So again, that's Navarrete Studios. Grand Oracle, you can probably actually just backtrack and go to some of my Instagram posts or whatever. I think actually that Aragorn one, that's probably got the Navarrete Studios name. I think it's 2 R's. Grand Oracle. I don't think it's 2 T's. I think it's 2 R's, 1 T, and maybe a couple of E's or something like that. So yeah, there's and all of the again, all the Nazgul there, Grand Oracle. Yeah. So was I'm curious, Grand Oracle, was it 2 R's and only the one? Let's see, and only 1 T? Because I think I kept misspelling it. I think I kept putting 2 T's in there when it was only supposed to be one. Now, Grand Oracle, I think as far as new releases go, he should have something like one of the big giant trolls with a catapult. I think he's got more Gondorian stuff. He might have almost something like a Boromir type figure. I think he might have more Fountain Court Guard. So it is 2 R's and 1 T. Yeah, I was trying to tag him, Grand Oracle, on the Instagram post, and it wouldn't let me. I'm like, what do you mean? Does he like not have an Instagram anymore? No, I was trying to spell it with a pair of T's and only I think 1 R. So yeah, that's why. Gotta be careful that that's getting too light there. Speaking of more light, let me see if I can take this floral white. This is gonna be for our lava stuff here, like the lightest, most intense lava stuff. So thanks for finding that, Grand Oracle. Yeah, I wasn't sure if this is what I was going to be doing, so I didn't have a chance to kind of take the logo and make a little graphic out of it like I try to do. Actually, I don't think his logo has his name in it, believe it or not. Or if it does, it's a little bit hard to see even. Okay, so that's starting to get a little toastier now. Where's my Indian yellow? There it is. Too much paint piled on there. We're trying to get some of the lighter stuff reflected onto our lava and rocks. So Grand Oracle, that's the one that I used for Smaug. So if you go back to that series, I think we're 2 episodes in on that. That's another one I would like to get back to. It would be painting the base, I believe. Yeah, we'd be painting the base. That would be episode 3. Then episode 4, obviously getting to Smaug. But yeah, that's his Smaug. Now I believe that it's either printing goes ever on or not. Actually, geez, I haven't looked to see Grand Oracle. I have no idea what the November release of Papal 3D is. I know I printed out his wargs. I gotta find, I have no idea what his November release is. I got no clue. Hey there, Surface Tension. How are you doing? So, Surface Tension, if you wanted to share some fabulous things there in the chat, please go ahead. So, again, everybody check out this fabulously cool stuff that Surface Tension is going to post there in the chat. Because Surface Tension also uses the oil paints. Oh, that's right. There's, I guess, some more stuff from, I almost said Navarrete Studios. No, Nerixon. Yes, I think Nerixon. There's a new bust or whatever. I don't believe that one is something that I could print in FDM larger. And I think that might be just a wee bit too complicated. Everybody check out that link that Surface Tension just posted there. Let me see. Of course, it's listed as probably a. Oh, that's right. I keep forgetting it's a tribe and not as a Patreon. That's probably why I don't see it too much. Let me see. There we go. Okay. Actually, I guess I don't know if he's actually released those yet or not. Because, yeah, I don't. It is not in my files for download. I mean, it is only the first or second. Well, now it's the second. Oh, and we've had our time change. We have had our time change because, well, remember it was about literally this time. We've already experienced 1:16 in the morning. We are now experiencing it again. Yes, indeed. I don't even know if I've seen like an email for it there, Surface, sorry, Grand Oracle. I probably haven't. So surface tension, I'll send you some of the new designs that I was able to make for our Lord of the Rings flats. Get a little touch of our lightest orange in a few places here. On his, again, all this armor here. Yeah, let's get some of that on his fingers now. And I'll still have to come back with the, maybe not all Pearling Crimson. But yeah, we do need some of our darker Pearling Crimson in here to reset some of these edges a little. Get rid of some of these other brushes here. We don't need those floating around too much. 2 hours 33 minutes ago, this was just dark primer. There was no zenithal on this. There was no pre-glaze on this. None of those things. Come on. There. I think we should get some of that on the underside of that. That might still be... Here, let's break this back down again. We'll probably have to come in there with a bit more of a red too. Now we need to... Yeah, here, I'll hit this with some of this lighter stuff, and then we'll definitely come back with our Pearling Crimson, or at least some kind of mix with that in there to get those darker reds reestablished. Come on, there we go. So it's pretty much, these days, it's either going to be all the Paul Rubens stuff, or it's going to be the homemade mix, because, well, now I have some homemade mixed oils there, right from the a couple of videos ago. Because the speed of drying time, well, that's just going to be kind of a priority. So yeah, figure that it's going to, for the most part, be the opera colors. Again, those are from Paul Rubens. You can get those on Amazon. I would recommend that you wait until, say, like a Prime Days thing, or what is that? Black Friday sale, one of those type of things, because it'll be the 38, well, the 12 color opera set. I mean, that drops down into almost like the 20-something dollar range. It's pretty crazy. It's pretty nuts. It gets ultra cheap. I appreciate that surface tension. Yeah, this one is from Navarrete Studios. Thanks again, Grant Oracle, for posting the link for surface tension there. And he's got, again, a ton of new stuff. At least I think so. Now, again, here are some of the new flats that we've printed out here. So there's our Urukai, Dunlin, Voice of Isengard, Ruin, Umbar, Moria, Harad. So again, and our second Dark Queen Shmaladriel there. A couple of different Eowyn's. Grand Oracle, between him and Dandelion in Middle Earth, Navarrete Studios, and Papal 3D. Let's just say that they wander towards the margins. we'll kind of use that expression there. I keep waiting. Because others definitely, have had the helicopters land, of course. So Grand Oracle, actually that not Mars Black, but the the Coal Black that should not dry glossy. I really can't. Yeah. Unfortunately, I can't get you the color charts that we did, but that should be matte. Oh yes, that's the one, surface tension. I was like, wait a minute, because actually some of the very first 3D files I ever had to print were actually his, believe it or not. But I think he does lots of 40K stuff there, surface tension. Thank you so much. So yeah, Grand Oracle, go back to the video where we were working with the Paul Rubens and doing the color charts, because yeah, one of the things that the Cam Dye we like about it is that it's very matte, like Mars Black. I think that might be it. Surface tension again is that, well, his stuff is very, 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 very 40K, and I just think that might have drawn the attention. Whereas Lord of the Rings is an afterthought of an afterthought of an afterthought for them. Actually, I'm not even sure it rises to the level of afterthought. And that's after redoing all the stuff just last year or something like. Yeah, it was around this time last year, wasn't it? Yeah. Right after we painted all of the name Nazgul, that's when they all went away. Yeah, I remember that. That was right around this time last year, or maybe it was. Maybe it was just later in November. So yeah, I couldn't tell you the last time I printed out one of his, except maybe 2020. I think Diwali. I think one thing they still now they I think they were trying to kind of get away from it a little bit, but they basically used Spanish names. So maybe like that's how Diwali still manages to kind of survive a little bit. Is that they use again Spanish versions of the names, so like Chevalier whatever for horses. Is that a separate segment? I think it is. Now we're going to try to kind of get into some sharper. and sharper edges here. Thanks, Camda. Appreciate that. And Camda, if you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Camda Paints a follow. Oops, not the black. Oops. Pearling Crimson here. There we go. So we need to get some segments over here on his fingers. In addition to everything else here. So I'm just, that is one of the reasons why I kind of tried to secure as many, especially, well, Lord of the Rings files as I could. Because I could see lots and lots and lots of stuff going away. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. And everybody please give Camda a follow, because Camda also streams the oil paints. Oh, you know what we gotta do here? Holy smokies, let's get Windsor Red, maybe a little bit of our Puro Orange. Yeah, we should probably do a little smidge of that there too. Wow. And I'm going to get rid of some of the yellow there and replace it with some of our nifty orange. Yeah. It's like, wait a minute, something is missing right there. Now we're starting to get that figured out. Also, we need to reflect some of that orange onto this. Alright, we're going to reflect some of that here. And then some of it here. Keep rolling with this. Come on. There we go. So yeah, now basically it's bouncing off of here onto there. Now you can see it. So yeah, I'm guessing that Paper 3D has not released the Goblin files yet. And I assume it's all Moria stuff. I don't know if he's got, well, like cave drakes. What's the other thing that would probably be included? Oh, and of course they got rid of him. GW got rid of him, but that would be your warg marauders. So basically 3 goblins sitting on the back of a warg. Because yeah, that's another thing that GW got rid of. But hopefully he's stuck with that and hasn't gotten rid of it. Because the only ones that have printed out so far are the Diwali ones. Now maybe Kurzlik did one of those. I don't think that Medbury ever did one. Okay. And over here we gotta get better separation here on these armor plates. So now we're like 2 hours 45. Yeah, 2 hours 45 minutes in here. I'm gonna try and get some more greens here. Let's get that Prussia. Let's bring out the Prussians here. And we will lighten that up with some of our periwinkle. Yeah, that's that. We're using periwinkle on Sauron here. Surface tension. That's our new color. Well, that's one that we've actually been using for a while. It's just I keep forgetting about it. Little more of that blue in here. I mean, it's not quite a turquoise, but it is definitely a little different now. As much as I like the violet in there, we need to have as many little color transitions as possible, especially with just how he's kind of big here. So why not get as many little fun color transitions as possible? I will get that lighter, almost violet color in there. And now it is a little less green, a little bit more towards the gray, I guess you could say. It's kind of like, well, consider me the GPT in this situation, right? Surface tension. How many times do we ask GPT to do something or not to do something? It just says, nah, I'm just going to do that anyway. I think earlier, oh yeah, earlier it refused to make a anything of Edoras that remotely looked like, Helm's Deep that looked anything like the Hornburg / Helm's Deep. Yet, as you saw by some of those other flats, it was more than willing to make stuff that, well, looked quite a bit like it. Actually, Grandor, we did one of these very early, but we didn't have any of our kind of brownish colors there either. Now, I think this might be... Yeah, I think this is our angle. Actually, oh, and Grand Oracle our references are just pictures of this. Uh, what object source lighting? There ain't no object source lighting there. This is totally not object source lighting. This is one of the more profound ones, right, Grand Oracle? Now we'll bring that back. There you go. Now Grand Oracle here, we're going to put him right like that. So take a look at the lower right-hand corner. That's right over here. It's literally that camera angle. I took a picture of him and brought it into the GPT, and it made that. So that's super fun. Actually, I'm going to bring up that reference. I haven't even really seen that reference at all. So let me bring that one up. Bring it over here. Let me get my screen back. Okay. Yeah, it's got, it definitely has some of these crazy greens in it, and it has all of the same source lighting on the underside there. Yeah. I am going to make that a cooler color, though. For sure. So again, yeah, that lower right-hand corner, that is basically, let's see if we can replicate it right about there. Yeah, that's about it. Nope, nope, nope. Back over here to this stuff that's got a little bit more of the green in it. Well, I don't know, surface tension. You have Sauron of many colors, so maybe the enemies of Middle Earth do wear pastels. I wonder what is. We might need to come back with some darker stuff. And also, well, here we need a little bit of reflected light there. Same with this too. There's not a whole lot of light down in there. I'll break this down a little more, maybe. A little smidge more there. Okay. We're doing it, yeah, like that. A little more light on that there. I think that's only appropriate surface tension. Let me try to work a little bit more here. Where's that? Is that a bluish green here? No, that is too late. We will wipe some of you away. Like that. Now, let me see. Yeah, let's come back with the darker stuff here. Let's do that. On some of these. Now, as far as this this thing here on the original metal GW fake, or even the, I guess the forge, whatever the resin version of him, fail cast or whatever. Each of these things was a separate piece. Yeah, and trying to get those things glued on there, whether it was way back in the day or whether it would be right now, was a super nightmare. Now, he actually has two different heads for Sauron here. Not one, but two different heads. I forget what the difference is between them. Get me a little more of my dark along the edge of that. Earlier in the stream there, surface tension, I was saying that at first I thought this was way bigger than the GW one. I don't necessarily think so. It's just because his cloak is flowing, whereas the GW one, that cloak was just like straight down, and that was one heavy chunk of metal, wasn't it? Surface tension. Yeah, that was a heavy old chunk of metal. That was going to leave a mark if you dropped it on anything soft, right? Trying to lighten you up a little bit here again with that bluish gray color. See, I don't think it's all that much bigger surface tension because, of course, he's standing on this really tall rock. Because at first I thought he was like 20% bigger, but I'm not sure he's even that big, that much bigger than the GW one. And I just printed this whatever the size he had. So I did not make this any larger or smaller or anything like that in the slicer. That's kind of where I'm going with that. Didn't mess with that at all. Work in. There we go. More of that lighter metal color, and then also up in here. Maybe a little more. Again, so far we have not brought any fast matte white out on the palette at all yet. It's just about time because we are at just about 3 hours in, and that's kind of what we've been doing for the last several streams. Just kind of waiting until that third hour of the stream there to start bringing in something again like a fast matte white to do the lightest of our lights. Yeah, think of all the candor stuff that could land on your feet there too. Surface tension. Well, and metal trolls. And metal Balrogs. Yeah, remember surface tension? The Balrogs, well, like the first Balrog I painted, that was a metal Balrog. Bernie the Balrog right here was most definitely metal. The wings were plastic. Everything else on him was metal. There was no other plastic there. I had to actually try to put as much Sculpey as I could on the base just to act as a counterweight. That's how much metal there was on him. I don't actually have that one here anymore. Yeah, we'll put a little bit of edge on that. That's not necessarily our firelight, I think. And we'll chuck a little more light up on the top of these. But that's where I think our fast matte weight is gonna do a lot of work. Now over here we gotta figure out something. We've got a bunch of like middle tones. Let's put some darks in again. That's got a whole bunch of our indigo on it. Bunch of indigo in here. We'll let some of that mix. More of our dark up in here in this part of his armor. Surface tension. There was something that autocorrect did, but it turned out to be something useful. I forget what it was. And yeah, I'm still haven't had a chance to turn the autocorrect monster into a bas relief. But I do want to try and see if I can do something like those deck textures or whatever. So again, there is the autocorrect monster. Should your post be unjustly altered by him, you can, again, basically have vengeance on him. You can expose him to the light of day. He does not like that. He wants to lurk in the shadows, as you can clearly tell by that animation. That is his preference. I'm going to try to straighten up some of these edges here. Darken you down a little bit more, maybe. Also, yeah, here too. Nice to see you there, Doji. So happy Sunday, Doji. And of course, Doji, if you want to share any stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. Because Doji also paints with the oils. I might try to here. Let me back away on this a little bit here. We'll get some of our reddish stuff up here. There we go. Okay. Even with a little touch of our Perline Crimson in there. Like this here. Well, that's great there, Doji. Yeah, as I was getting rid of taking down the Halloween decorations, all of a sudden the neighbor sneaks over and says, "Here, take this." My sister-in-law got me this, but I don't want to have to eat this. And it was some kind of donuts or something like that that had the like the cherry filling in them and the whatever filling. So yeah, got a chance to have additional bakery stuff on top of our fabulous, basically cherry German chocolate dump cake that we made. Now, okay, a couple. Ooh, not that intense there. It's a little more than what we were looking to do. I'll do this now. So again, great to see you there, Doji. Nah, that's got too much of our other colors kind of permeating it. Ah, I've been remembering to put the a little bit of thinner on our floros here, and they have definitely not turned all gummy. They haven't turned into gummy bears like they typically do. That might have been a little too yellow. Trying to again make that more of an orange. Actually, this up here, we're gonna have to shift this away from the orange more towards our cooler color here. Because yeah, that's not facing downwards. That's facing upwards. Where's my? There is my somewhat later periwinkle. Again, that Sauron wants to rock the periwinkle to intimidate his opponents for sure. That's very intimidating. Now some of that mid-range gray. We're going to take our blending brush to that here. Again, it's hard to reach those spots, so might as well find a nice easy way to get to that. This is now a lighter bluish gray here. Let me hit that all along here now. We'll sharpen up that edge. Lots of very sharp edges on all the armor plates here. Very harsh shapes. Yeah, someone just kind of says, who else could pull off periwinkle like this, right, Camda? Yeah, most supervillains can't pull off the periwinkle look quite as successfully as Sauron does. I think I might do a little bit of that on the back of that here. A little bit along that edge. Touch a little bit of you there. Now let's turn you around. Then do this. Get some of this up here. And now, yeah, on this back of his shoulders here. Come on, there we go. Now, what are we going to be doing here with this here cloak? Let me see if we can maybe do some lighter, whatever here. We've got the Naples yellow again. And maybe our not radiant violet blue or whatever that's called. Well, I mean, the Easterlings certainly showed up for that, right? Surface tension. Now, of course, he couldn't quite get the orcs to cooperate. They weren't quite sure what Fashion Week meant. There we go. And I think when they asked all the models, how are you going to bring about world peace? Sauron said, well, we already have a solution for that. I mean, given the fact we already had the gummy bear, again, oh yeah, surface tension, you never got a chance to see this. Again, they are the spitting images of each other. They're literally like separated at birth. You would think that this STL and this STL were made by the exact same sculptor because, I mean, really, there is practically no difference. I even have to. The only reason I know this is the one we're painting is because it's on a holder. Otherwise, I'd have no idea. Would not be able to tell them apart. So, seal either surface tension. Have yourself a good one. I mean, they're literally identical surface tension. I mean, how else are we supposed to? I mean, I guess unless I like wrote their names on them or something like that, there's pretty much no way we can tell which one is which. Again, trying to go with a little bit of texturizing here, and then I think I'm also going to try to put some other colors in here too. Well, I wonder if this green might not. Yeah, we're going to try to work some of that in get a few of the kind of mid-tone / shadow areas. And then we'll probably take one of our other blending brushes. Now, after this has had a chance to set, so 10, 15-ish minutes, and that would be enough, I think, for it to set. So again, still dropping in some of our greens here. Like this. Over here a little. Me drop a little bit of that over here. And now back to our much warmer, almost kind of a brownish color there, like a khaki, tan, whatever. Some more of that up around his shoulder again. Or be again catching more of the ambient light there. And this again is a 3D print here from Navarrete Studios on my mini factory. We've done lots of Navarrete Studios stuff on stream. Again, oh, here it is. This is we did this one, Boromir with the flag, with the white flag of Gondor. Also Navarrete Studios, and we did that with the all of those the white tree, the fountain court guard. That was just a matter of just a few weeks ago, really. I believe I also have a Navarrete Studios Radagast on Guahir that we need to get painted up for our eagles for our Misty Mountains army. So thanks, Armored Wolf. Appreciate you posting a link to said Patreon page. Where again, we're going to. I've been working on the latest vehicles workshop video. It's the first vehicle series that we've done with the water washable oils. And again, you do that $15 army painter level there. Yeah, be ready to binge, because there's certainly now 2,500 hours worth of videos on there. I mean, I'm doing 20 hours of new videos every month anyway. And again, not everything is oil paint. Some of it's terrain, some of it is acrylic, some of it's just basing, some of it's just sculpting. We're doing the Eldritch Foundry series, so using that site to create STL files. Also, the Flats, that's another new series that just got underway. I think we got 2 episodes in that already. That's for sure, Camda. Okay, so now that also has a little bit of something on it there. Get rid of all that kind of bluish gray out of the brush there. Now we've got ourselves some seriously darker reddish stuff going on. That is going to go into some of our armor here. Thanks, Doji. Appreciate that. Yeah, I was a little bummed that I could not get that last episode out for October. I was hoping to put that one out on the 30th, but there was just too many things going on. That will now be a... Yeah, we're going to hit that a little bit darker there. These, we're going to get that away from the yellow, more towards the orange. Now, so Doji, let's see, we would have, I think, episode 2 of the, so that'd be color test on the Warg Riders. The, not 1 but 2 vehicles workshops, because there's that knight that I printed up, so that's also going to be part of a vehicles workshop series. Then there's that terrain video where we're going to be doing some more airbrush stuff. Oh, testing out that, oh, that's right, I was going to look on Amazon to see if I could find, I knew I was forgetting something there. Here, let me get a look, maybe not that much of that red on that brush. Also, more red maybe there. That probably not so much of the red. Maybe I have to come back with more of our bluish gray on that. Tone you down, also you a little bit here. Yeah, something like that. So that's right, I've got, and Doji, I was still trying to figure out how to do that frame, basically a printable shadow box type frame for all of our flats. That I'm still trying to figure out how the heck that's supposed to happen. And coming back with some of our orangey red here on the underside of that cloak. also gets toned down. Now with these, I guess we'll, here, let me grab this much darker stuff here. Okay, that does, I think, sharpen that up a little bit. Now here we got to get not quite as light as we did on the orange, but a little bit more of that light here. So we'll take the Puro Orange, the Windsor Red. How light is that now? That might just be as light as I can go with that. Right there. Yeah, probably can't go lighter than that. Nice to see you there, Erid. I hope that the stream was very successful. I'm sure that it was. Everybody please give Erid Canwave a follow. And Erid, like always, why don't you post your Pinterest link there in the chat. Some fabulous jewelry going on. So great to see you there, Erid. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Erid just shared. Maybe a little bit of the red gets, oh, and also down here. Yep. To tone some of that down and then actually lighten up other areas. That is gonna, I'll just use this on it to tone that down and then also darken it down. So yeah, I hope that the stream was super fun. Really glad that I was able to just, I had to kind of essentially resculpt this. I'm not even sure that's supposed to be in this hand, because I think there's two different versions of Sauron. And I don't think this one's supposed to have the mace in his hand. I just was like, okay, I need that mace in his hand. And I think I just kind of altered the mace so that it would actually look like it belonged in his hand there. Ah, that's fantastic, Erid. I guess, is it sort of nice, because I know that, now of course there was extenuating circumstances, but the Gundam diorama, obviously that kind of got, just a few sessions longer. Hopefully doing like the beating and stuff gives you a chance to chill out a little bit more. It's maybe, I don't know, this is like just all one stream, but it's not one of those, I'm going to just have to be, hammer away at this thing for stream after stream after stream. Well, congratulations there, Erid. Well, we should have ourselves a bit of a hype train then for Erid reaching, as long as I can find the hype train here. Where is it? Where did that thing go? Here it is. So a little bit of a hype train for Erid reaching the 1,400 follows. There it is, a little bit of hype train for Erid Canwave. There you go. I think it's a little bit more tricksy trying to get followers these days, right? Well, at least if you're in the kind of the same time slot. If you are, for whatever reason, streaming in a much different time slot, well, you're bound to run across new folks there, I guess. I'm not quite sure when I'll... Yeah, for me, a whole new time slot would be like starting back at 10 o'clock again or something. Yeah, that would be the whole new time slot. Darken you down a little too there. Back to our dark again. So yeah, Grand Oracle, I keep wanting to call it Chaos Black, but the Coal Black from Paul Rubens, that should most definitely dry it should be kind of matte to start with, and it should definitely dry matte, no doubt about it. So I'm not, unless maybe a little bit of the oil or something like that is, because I've had that happen with Terra Rosa, aka Mars Orange Grand Oracle, where it all of a sudden got really shiny. I'm like, that's not supposed to happen. Yep, Era. That's I would. It would be fun maybe to try and stream at a different time, but reality of the situation dictates how things are going to play out, and in terms of the times we can stream. Streaming during the day definitely does not work. That is just a pretty much a never gonna happen sort of thing. For a multitude of reasons. So Grant Oracle, there was it was one of the Terra Rosas. I hadn't used it in a while, and when well, you know how it is. You have that little bit of that either linseed oil, safflower, oil, whatever that ends up coming out of there. So yeah, that might be something. Maybe just kind of kneading it or whatever. Remember when I was doing those color charts, and we could see the oil coming out almost every single one of them, unless I did that little bit of kneading first. So that might be what has to happen, is that you have to kind of work that tube a little bit and get all the oil essentially mixed up. Yeah, Aaron, I'm glad that you can do those as well. Again, I would like to, but just me being here, too much stuff happens. Too many packages arriving during the day also. Because I think over the next couple of days, there's yet another thing of resin showing up. Oh, and some more batteries. And some, if I had remembered, it would have been also some kind of brush-on masking material as well. So I have to go on to the Amazons after the stream and find, again, just something on Amazon like that other, the stuff that we found that works very similar to the green stuff world. This is another thing I've been wanting to do for a little bit here. We will, there it is. We're going to take this. I have to put some of this on the base again, because a lot of what's going to dictate how we approach our oranges and stuff. Yes, I can't have that orange there and really be able to predict what that's going to look like. So let's get rid of all that orange just sitting there on the edge of our base here. We're almost there. Almost all the way around. We got it. I think we have, oh yeah, that already, that see, that looks a whole lot lighter by doing that. I mean, again, it's all about context. If I can't see, how it looks, say, compared to this or that, just like that's why we don't do the darker primer, or like, black primer or white primer, because anything next to one of those two is just going to be insanely light or insanely dark. Now, I think that is right. We're going to go back to using this as a bit of a blending brush. And all I'm doing is just this. I'm just now not doing this. Straight up and down, just tapping that. What that does, removes the excess paint. So it looks like something's been blended. Really, all it is, we're just smoothing out potential brush strokes. So see you later there, Doji. See you later. Thanks for being here, Doji. And of course, well, we'll see you on your Tuesday. And we should be having more of our Battlestar Galactica ships. So one more Battlestar Galactica ship. In fact, I will have to print out, I think, yes, another base for it tonight. That's why we need the new resin. Come on, there we are again. You can see now there's paint on that brush. All we were doing here is just doing this little tapping motion. And again, that is just there to remove some of the excess paint, and therefore the brush strokes look a whole lot smoother. Yeah, Cam, that it really is. I know it's something that we talk about a lot, as in a whole lot, but now that I've had a chance to see other people try and use the oils there, Camden, and I can just, it looks like they've got a tiny steam shovel and they're putting that much on the figure. It's almost kind of horrifying to see that, because I just know in my head, it's like, well, okay, I'm doing the calculation of how many years they're going to have to wait for that to dry. And also how they're not going to be able to get any more paint on that miniature. Another aspect to this, Camda, is having you done pastels for many years. You think oils are somewhat restrictive for how much you can get on there? With pastels, you literally reach a point where you cannot get anything else on that paper. It refuses to accept any more pigment. And unless you just like scrape it off with a razor or whatever, you're done. So as harsh as you think oil paints are with that, the pastels are even harsher. Because that was one of the main things that I would teach in my live pastel classes. And years later, people would come back and say that was the most important thing they learned in the class, because it saved them hundreds of dollars on pastel paper, which used to get chucked in the garbage. They would say, well, okay, can't get any more on here, and then chuck it in the garbage. And pastel paper was not cheap then. I'm pretty sure it hasn't gotten cheaper in the intervening years. I mean, maybe, but I don't think so. So I was using standard pastel paper. I just took, well, it was more like it was a razor blade, and then I just took it and scraped it down. It barely affected the actual image. What it did was it got rid of all the excess pastel, and then you could paint again just fine, no problem. So kind of like what we did with that brush, right, where we essentially removed some of the excess brush strokes. Well, that's basically what we were doing with the pastels and the razor blade. It's just people thought that I was going to be like slicing a big hole in it. We weren't making a cutting motion, just like with, that we were doing the little stabby motion. We weren't dragging the paint across or dragging the brush across, because that would have led to just, well, smearing the paint. Not super helpful. Now, oh yeah, that's right. We haven't gotten our fast mat weight out here, and now, oh geez, we're 3.5 hours in. All right, let's get a little teeny bit of this out here. In fact, I think I still have some pastel paper, Camda. I couldn't even remember the last time I had a chance to do any kind of pastel I had to basically give up on that for a variety of reasons. Yeah, let's put it this way: working with pastels, as far as an art medium goes, it's a little bit like handling printer resin barehanded with no mask on. Only you're pretty much just like soaking your hands in it and also getting it in your eyes. I mean, there was ways we tried to mitigate the hazards of pastels, but there was no true way of doing that and still being able to work with the pastels. And it doesn't have to be aerosolized camda. It just gets through your fingers. Yeah, so again, you got capillaries right here underneath your skin, and it gets down in there and it gets absorbed by your capillaries. And our teacher, he made no bones about it. He says, well, you use pastels, you need to understand the risks involved and what you are exchanging for frequent use of pastels. And even I would be wearing like a respirator thing, and then I would notice that my eyes, like I would try to blink, and it was almost like my eyes were crusted over because there was enough of those microscopic particles getting into my eyes. I mean, it's every bit as fine as plaster dust. Now we're going to start getting here a little bit more of our lighter edges here on the some parts of our armor here. Let's do that on the mace. Come on. A little there. A little something on that too. On the other side here. Bingo. Another shot of our lighter stuff right there on that mace. There's actually 3 layers of armor there that we have to try and separate. Now, we never did here. Let's get a little tighter edge on some of this stuff, and then we need on the chainmail here a few more batches of light there. Yeah, Camda absolutely loved him, and the other. Now this is more just an aggravating thing. But no matter how careful you were with him, no matter how gently you handled your case or whatever, or you would drop one of them, and when you drop a pastel, it's gone. It becomes pulverized. And to buy individual replacement ones, now I could get those when I was going to art stores. I could actually get individual little replacements when I would inevitably either drop them or they would break or something. I mean, I think you could find them maybe in Dick Blick or something like that, but gee whiz, I'm not so sure you would want those shipped to you. Yeah, I still have that big old wooden box of the Sennelier pastels. And I mean, geez, right when I do the little 2D art slideshow, there's always those couple of pastels in the art and that little slideshow there. Right, yeah, that just that little bit of extra light on that. Now here maybe something like that, and now down in here we were gonna try to get the white out of this. We'll take this guy here and here, let me make sure we have all the paint out of there. Yeah, well, Ken, this has really been, I have to say, it's really been working well having the that little dot of thinner at least sitting on the fluoros there. Now, let me see if this, yeah, just I got a little bit over the top of our yellow here. Yeah, it's just like a lighter little dry brush type of thing here. That is it. That is all. With this larger, softer brush, and if I had tried doing this, well, if I tried doing this with the Marion Streets, the paint would basically just be bouncing off of here. Wouldn't actually be sticking here or having any real influence at all. And that's all because of one simple thing. They Paul Rubens here. These paints are going to set more quickly. Not well, they'll dry more quickly too, but because they set more quickly, again, it's easier, right, to come back in and do this essentially ultra translucent dry brush glaze. Nope, Camda, that changes them completely. Yeah, because I think there was one point I was mixing them with terpenoid. Yeah, that's it, Camda. Essentially, it kind of turns them into a paste. Oh, sorry, Cam. I thought you were talking about the pastels. Never mind. Never mind. Well, yeah, I think I did mix the pastels with terpenoid to see if that would actually turn them into something I could almost paint with. Oh, that's right, Camda. You got your experiment to do right with the. Oh, I forget what the brand was. It's an Aussie brand, right? That you're going to be experimenting with. Well, here's hoping that works out. And of course, it'll be real interesting to see what kind of wild things you discover with that. Touch more of that right in here. Let me do this here. Well, it'll certainly make them more translucent, which is crazy to think, right, Camden? Because they are ultra translucent already. Now they become ultra translucent. Well, you know what? We have to do a little bit of that in here, and then this is reflected off of his cloak. That's why we have the. You're like, well, no, there's no way that firelight would get at those. Well, not directly, but indirectly bouncing off of something else. It does. Nah, not you, not you. It's so funny. This basically the bristles on this brush keep getting essentially like just torn off of it or sheared shorter and shorter. No, that is we might have to just go back into that with our this more opaque red here. Not so much with the translucent stuff. Yeah. Also, that is going to get toned down a bit more even. Yep, all that going to get toned down a little more. Don't mind the orangey or the yellowish orange over here so much because that really is kind of exposed to all the lava over here. The art spectrums, that's what I couldn't remember. Couldn't remember their Canada. Sorry about that. Yeah, the brain is not remembering too many things lately. Okay, and now we're gonna get some more of our maybe deeper orange on the bottom of the cloak, perhaps. Let's try some of that again. The pure orange, the Windsor red. And now it's almost like we're using this like a very small filbert style brush. Look at where our hands are on that brush. Far away from that ferrule as possible. Caress the brush. Do not crush the brush. Now we're up here. We're up here. That is a little too much stuff, so we're gonna try to take some of that away with a bit of a here's something we can use as a blending brush. Which again, not something that we could have done if we were doing this with the Marion Street oils. And again, with the Marion Street fluorescent oils are nice, but they cost a whole bunch more. You getting them outside the U.S. is it was dicey before. Actually, it was almost impossible before. Now it pretty much is because well, they don't ship outside the U.S. So it shows everything here that the signal is fine. Maybe refresh on your phone there, Camda. I think if you're using a phone, yeah, that's something that you have to do every so often is kind of refresh or whatever. Touch more of it there. Yeah, that is still too much of the yellow. We're going to get some of this orange over the top of that. That'll take some of that away. Same deal in here. Sneak that brush under this way. I think yesterday, Camda, or maybe it was Halloween. I was trying to send people messages. I was in the house, standing next to the router, and it still was not. The phone wasn't able to send anything. I was like, "What is going on here?" That was not a bueno situation. Well, that's good, Camda. That never did get its lightest orange there, that part of that cloak. We might make this a little lighter. Okay, let me see what I have here. More of the pure orange. Where's the Windsor yellow? Let's try that. And again, look, we're holding this here brush. Over here now. Some of that and some of the Windsor yellow, aka Hansa yellow. In very much dry brush form here, but since this paint on here is, well, wet, that dry brush yields lots of wet blends. Now, I mean, I can understand why folks used to acrylics, it's hard for them to kind of grasp that concept that, you know, a dry brush type of technique is actually a really good way to wet blend your oil paints. Because I mean, that was the motion I was just using there. Yeah, that had to be freaky there, Camden. There's been other things I've seen on YouTube where, for whatever reason, there is some kind of bizarro visual gap like that. That can be massively disorienting, right, Camden? So once again, just kind of getting that orange over the top of those. Now maybe in here we will try to do a bit more of our lava type stuff in here. So we'll take some of this, a little bit of the perline crimson, and try to have some smaller little dots of stuff here. And now maybe we'll go darker with a few of these too, like so. So that's what you got to do with those tree rats, right? Surface tension. Gotta do that with the tree rats. And oh, that's right, surface tension. The Guy Fawkes. Was it remember the 5th of November? I think that's how that goes. Surface tension. I could have that wrong, but whatevs. And oh, that's right. So I'm looking over it. So it's only 2:34 in the morning, but that is because of the time change here. Yes, indeed. Well, that's going to be very, very helpful, at least for today, since it essentially means that I can pretty much work till 10:30. Well, that's good. That's good surface tension. Putting some, again, more of this darker crimson out here. Now I'm gonna go back the other way. Okay, let me see if we can scrounge up. Oh, look at this, some of our periwinkle there. Oh, that's a keeping up appearances or something like that. Wasn't there some kind of china or something that had periwinkle in it or something? Yeah, keeping up appearances. Let me. That's gonna be too late. Let me back off to this maybe. Yeah. Okay. Not not back in that. We way too late back in there. This we need to go back to our maybe even some of our floral orange, I guess. You know what? I'm gonna just do it this way. So we can hit this, and now we need to make that also then darker over here. More maybe of the orange here. Not too much later, but a little bit of the orange, and then some of that down in here too. I'm gonna go more towards the pearling crimson here for maybe our darkest dark in there. Now let me try this again. Is that gonna be a light enough yellowy orange? I think it's opaque enough. That just does work there. Also up there. So again, this is 3D printed from Navarrete Studios. There is an alternate head design, and I think technically in this iteration, I think this pose he's not actually supposed to have the mace, but I just kind of put it in his hand anyways. I had to make some adjustments to it. I wasn't sure actually if it just like misprinted or something. So we again, this is printed up regular size to it. So I didn't make it bigger, smaller, or anything like that. And of course, next stream we'll be getting back to our fabulous Battlestar Galactica ships. That one will be the atomic carrier, I think. Yeah, we did a fleet, kind of a fleet repair / recovery vessel on the last Armada Monday. That was really fun doing that one. Really different configuration, one of those kind of long, narrow type ships. And we've done 2 of those already. This one looks a whole lot more like kind of a regular sort of Galactica type ship. More like just a regular Battlestar. And more this here. Right on the end of that. Same on again the angles here on the armor. We're going to try to catch that little bit of the yellow right on the end of those. Maybe a little smidge of extra glint in a couple of these things here. Maybe back to some of the orange on inside of that finger, also here too. Come on, there we go. There we are. That shouldn't that shouldn't be quite that intense of an orange there. Thanks, Camda. It's you almost think, well, it should be really easy because it is such distinct segments. But boy, the light's bouncing around in so many different directions. It makes it interesting to say the least to try and do that. I'm gonna try to lighten up this part of the cloak here. I mean, it is facing down towards the firelight there, and then see how we reflected it there. Trying for something a little lighter here on this part of the cloak, maybe. More towards the orange again. Let that blend with the red slash whatever that is already there. Now, and again, this both of these references are just this figure from two different angles. Now, here, the one in the lower right-hand corner, we basically did that. So, in addition to the flashlight reference thing, you can also try to do that like we did here. Just a little bit of GPT action. Take the picture of it and say, all right, here, colorize it in this way. We could have seen what it would have looked like in green object source lighting. Magenta, whatever, we could have said any old color of object source lighting and just said, here, give me a bluish glow, give me a violet glow, whatever kind of glow. And it would have been able to at least give you something that you could work from. An exact reference, maybe not exact, but at least something, again, that you could work with. Something usable. Because, of course, you can certainly, Google some kind of image of Sauron with the mace like this. However, it wouldn't really be this pose and it wouldn't be this sculpt, and there are differences from this sculpt because the GW one, well, that would probably be closer because, well, they had to match everything from the movies. Now, of course, it is a big old ancient metal sculpt. Downsize there, so with with Navarrete Studios, you could also, who knows, if you're going to print this a little smaller, whatever, you could do that. You could do that to print it smaller if you need it to be. Not so sure about this here, but I'm gonna. Nope, I gotta take some more of that paint away. There. And a bit more of the, again, that yellow just working its way onto the upper reaches of the armor here. Yeah, Camda, I'll have to send you this little animation that I did, kind of a before and after thing. So I had GPT make a picture of, well, Army of the Dead, right, kind of as you see him in the movies. And then I told it to take that exact same scene, kind of like a before image, so that they looked like they did when they were just regular men and such. And then I went into sky reels and I did one of those, kind of like what we did with all the Galadriel stuff, right? Where it, Mordor kind of froze over, and all the areas of Middle Earth were all kind of frozen over, and it sort of went from regular to the frozen over version. Yeah, I did that with the Army of the Dead. That was pretty wild. You see him go from like just regular human whatever to the dead men of Dunharrow. Lots of greens in that, that's for sure. Now here, this is a back to our periwinkle here. So kind of that mid-range gray whatever. I don't even know if you can. Yeah, the cloak is unfortunately kind of in the way of what I'm doing right there. Hopefully that's not too much thinner though. So yeah, I'll try to send you that little animation. It's just a 10-second thing. It's kind of meant for either the beginning or end of a song, that kind of thing. Just basically meant as a bit of a bridge between the different pictures and videos of the armies and terrain. Okay, I think that, yeah, that is still our fast mat weight up there. I'm breaking it back down again. And that is a little bit lighter now, and we're going to do the same thing back over here. No, I will just maybe use this to pull that back over. Yep, that's what I needed to do. And now over here, same thing. There we go. Yes, we had a very disturbing lack of sharp edges here on the kind of the normal lit part of the mace there, with a regular ambient light. So, and again, not too bad. Again, 4 hours 3 minutes ago. That is when we started working on this. There was no zenithal. There was no pre-shading. There was just some dark brown primer. I took, was it the Steiner Riz Black and like the red brown or something like that, and just made a dark reddish brown primer. Let me sneak in a little bit of that down in here again. A little bit right over the top of that. There we are. So that is starting to look a bit more pointy. This is kind of losing a little bit of it, the pointiness there. Now, maybe up here, let me go back to here. You know, a little bit more of that Payne's gray up in here. We're not looking to wipe out any of the light or anything. Just looking to maybe engineer a little more mid-tone. And then perhaps some of this out here on the edges of this armor to get the latest light here. Up there. bit of texture here. Maybe I even use a little of this. Here, let's try to enhance maybe some of the texture on this. Not everywhere, just a few, especially where there's maybe these kind of undulations in the claw. That might not be the worst place to do those. Where's my I was like, what happened to the navel's yellow? Normally by this time it's mostly kind of gone or overtaken by something else. I haven't used a whole ton of it here. Again, trying to get a little more texture there in the top of that, and that's maybe another way that the armor looks a little bit more distinct, because, well, that will not have this texture on it. On the, I think it might be this one here. Let me take, there's a Prussian blue again. Yeah, okay. This one too. The inside of that. Oh yeah, this is a little rough here. Okay, that was now, that's also now a bit sharper. And then if we do this, hopefully, the other bit of armor's in the way. Yeah, I think that worked. Like sneak the brush in between the two spikes over here. I don't think we want to really do too much more with any kind of light or something like that. Now, what I'm actually going to have to do is I'm going to have to start filming a video, believe it or not. We still have to get the last couple segments done of that so we can get that posted to the Patreon page. So we do want to say thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations. Also want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers. We also had some raids too. And again, our Monday stream, more Battlestar Galactica ships. Another one of these. That's the other thing I had to do is print out the flying base for it. Been doing those in resin lately. Alright, there we go. There's our last couple of lights there. So thank you so much for being here, Camden. And again, thanks for everybody else for hanging out. Appreciate that. Thanks, Surface Tension. And I'll try and get you some of those pictures and such of all of the brand new flats here. So see you guys again soon enough. Here, let's get this rate count down underway and see what happens. So again, this was Navarrete Studios, right about at the 4-hour mark. So thanks again, everybody.